What happened? Jeremy killed the chat again?
What's up, Essie?
All right, just had supper and everyone's gone.
Yeah, kind of quieted out. Yeah, J Ace and Noah were going back and forth, and it got super heated, and then we had to sort of jump into mod, and then Noah stepped out, and then the conversation kind of just quieted out.
Yeah, this stuff, people get heated over this stuff. Definitely. It's expected. Just went over to the other place and it's too funny. Jin is having a powwow over pressure. And you know how Jin is, right? Non-stop. Wham, wham, this, that. That's too funny.
Yeah, I mean, if a shouting match is what they want, they seem to get that from Jin. Usually, when Jin goes to some of those places where he just kind of going wild, usually just talking nonstop, and then kind of all the insults start flying, and it's just I know he's done that in Gems for years. He goes in there and just shouts and yells and probably gets muted, and yeah, it's just a whole thing he does.
Yeah, I was there for 5 minutes, and yeah, that's what was going on. And to be fair, they were cutting him off, and then an insult came there like real quick.
So, I mean, do you not see the current Israel-Palestine thing as the next psyop that they're rolling out, or do you think there is legitimacy to what they're claiming, the conflict or whatever? I mean, I know there's people being hurt or whatever, but do you think there is any actual truth in it, or is it just is it all part of the next kind of events that they're rolling out?
I guess you can say a little bit of both. There's definitely a psyop there. But this conflict is like, how can I say it? It's like, I don't want to say special, but I have to say special. Because this is a conflict that has a unique twist to it. In other words, if we're to believe what's going on, a minority people which have been thrown out of 140 countries has somehow managed to sorry about that, has managed to fool the most powerful country that ever lived to do their bidding. So that's kind of like how I see it. So I've been following like war and stuff. It's one of my hobbies, right? And politics and world empires and that. So I'm kind of like into this stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I'm too invested into it. I don't know.
Yeah, have
What
you
do you
always
think,
been
Gino?
interested in it, or have you always been, or just in this recent one?
Oh, always from a young person. Like I followed geopolitics and the wars, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, World War One, World War Two, and then this 9/11 business, which really solidified, like, you know, I mean, if you don't see that, I mean, right? You know, that was a sham. So yeah, this whole thing, it's a sham, but in reality, people are dying. And I do think that the cultures do actually hate each other, and they use that against them.
Yeah.
Let me ask you,
So,
Gio, do you
you're a
think it's just
you're a
a show, like in what's happening there now? You think it's just a TV acting thing, or do you actually think that a powerful army is actually bombing indiscriminately, like hospitals, camps? What do you think?
Yeah, well, I would say from my general sense of it, even though I'm not over there, to confirm these things physically, obviously, but I think in general they use the media to put in various narratives that are going to get the people, yeah, to have either it could be hate or bigotry or racism, or it could be in some of the stuff with the the biblical interpretations and how that all plays into their the narratives. And so I think there is actual real, yeah, things like that, hate going on in different ways. And then the different like police state kind of status over there has probably got people even more, you know, on edge. So I think they put a lot in the media to kind of create a certain set of narratives. And then they have the real militaries, and then those people, like the soldiers in those militaries, will do whatever they're told, basically. I mean, if they're told to aim here and click the button and drop the bomb there, that's what they'll do. So it's like, but I think it's all centrally controlled, meaning there's a central intelligence agency, as it were. I don't mean actually the CIA, I'm just using those terms, but like there's like a central intelligence that is running the entire operation. So like the drama, the narrative, creating real hate in people, and even maybe some to the point where people would want to, uh, fight each other in some way. But then when they add the military in and the narratives with the military stuff, so they actually are, you know, doing atrocities just like they have in other wars as well. So there is something real happening as well with the narrative. But yeah, but I think it's all run through a central thing. So the whole like everything in the news and media, just like during the 2020 thing when that happened, like a large percent of what's in the media is part of that narrative and that kind of psyop. But I'm not saying people don't believe some of those ideas, and I'm not saying people are, yeah, they are. I don't think the actual narrative itself is valid. Like the actual claim that the countries are controlled by actual other entities. Because like I said, I think they're all controlled through a central, just like all the space agencies are, the world banks, the media companies, the corporations, the oil companies, the politics. It's all interconnected at this point, especially after World War II, to the point to where these dramas are being created, like the Hegelian dielectric, like problem, reaction, solution type of thing, as they always do.
Absolutely, I can't argue with that for sure. Definitely, they create the problem that I get. That what you just said. Absolutely.
But I mean, anything that's being blasted in the news would be their current thing, the current event. And we know what happened in 2020 and all of that. And obviously that's what was covering the news. And then now, so yeah, I mean, the level at which they're pushing the media, especially the main like themes in it, would be playing into that next event or that next psyop that they're rolling out. Which in this case, yeah, it does seem like they're at least somewhat either starting to pull the war card, or it's going to full on be the war card. I mean, I guess we'll see, but to what level it is. But yeah, it seems like that's at least part of at least some component of this next agenda, and then to what heights that'll reach. But like I said before, but I don't think it's going to sort of reach like the a lot of the like sort of first world countries, because like I said, I think they need those stable so that they can continue to build the smart city grids. And so I think there's a certain stability they'll need. That's why I don't think it's going to come to us. But in those countries, yeah, there's no doubt there's people that are being convinced of a lot of these narratives, and then there is actual military stuff being done against them, really, like bombs and things being just launched against the civilians. It's really just the military against the civilians ultimately.
Yeah, for sure. If we're to believe this latest narrative, right? We're supposed to believe now one of the most fortified borders in the world, I think second only to Korea, let a force with paragliders, like 3,000 strong, with bulldozers, ramage through their country, go in undetected, and the IDF, right, the Israeli Defense Force, one of the most powerful, they tell us, in the world, trained took them 6 hours to respond. So right there, you know, from the get-go, it's an act. It's either an act on both sides or one side knew and let it happen. One of those two things. So from the
Yeah,
get-go, we've been played. Yeah. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. It's all run through a central intelligence group, as it were. I mean, I was sort of jokingly calling it the CIA because Central Intelligence Agency, but yeah, like there's a centralized source of the actual being run between the media and then the actual events that are happening on the ground. Which, yeah, it is very sad that that's happening. But I mean,
Yeah.
they want us to be wrapped up in whatever that latest, operation is, so that we can be invested and think it's more, way more important than perhaps it actually is to our lives and what change we can actually create, from afar.
Yeah. Well, there's only a certain amount of people that can like have effective change, right? And your country just happens to be like the main one, right? Where they're the main supporters of this certain group. Now, yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, you can't put the blame on anybody, right? The average citizen really can't do much, right? All we can do is say like what's going on and hope somebody listens. Or, I mean, I, these are powerful forces that are against us.
Yeah, well, it's sort of like during the 2020 thing that it was the problem reaction solution. Like, okay, there's this problem, we want to get this reaction, and then there's a solution. The solution is, well, we know the things that they rolled out, the lockdowns, the facial clothing, the medical procedures, everything that went on, in terms of the solution, quote unquote. So now it just seems to me like they're rolling this one out, which there's the problem. Okay, there's the claims of how this stuff interrelates with the various different sort of religious and racial and all of these different of the land and all of these narratives going on with that. And then they are inciting a reaction, and then I guess we'll see what they try to, if anything. But I know when you guys were getting heated earlier, and you were getting angry about having a solution, and then that's when I kind of had jumped in and just brought up like, what is the overall conversation? Because like if it's about like somehow like something productive in some way, but if it's just like, for example, like during the 2020 thing, if they got people like debating about whether we should be locked down or whatever, it's sort of like it's like they incite the reaction that they're looking for and then get us debating on that, whether we should, yeah. So I just see the kind of that level of the kind of control and the kind of psychological operation side of that, where they really are trying to incite. So I guess to me, I feel like getting like super involved in it would essentially be in a way kind of giving into what their agenda is aiming for.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Yeah, they want us fighting and talking and absolutely, yeah. It's like a double-edged sword. Yeah. It's like how do you talk about it and bring about a solution without exactly bringing up the subject and talking about it, which is what you say what they want, part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just see that as like some serious like military operations. Like when they have that stuff going on, like during the Iraq war, during the thing they did after 9/11, and even in any other wars, it's such a lockdown system to where they have what's going on in the politics and the media that they're claiming is related to these things, like, oh, this country and that country and this thing was signed, or there's like those sort of the borders and the conflicts in terms of that side of it. But like I said, I think that's all run through a centralized, just like in the same way the space agencies are, meaning that there's like a collective narrative, sort of like with the lockdown thing when they locked everyone down like that. It's like every country. So in the same way, it just seems like it's like a full blown like military operation where they have propaganda and then they have the actual military stuff that's going on, which is, I mean, I was often what I think was like, I mean, in terms of a solution in my mind, like this would be a start. I would say police are designed to keep the peace ultimately. So if every country that's already built up just keeps the peace with the police, we would be fine. Meaning like like in theory, like it could be illegal to have huge bombs, for example. I'm not really all about like making things illegal. At the same time, it's sort of like if the actual goal of all the police in the world was to keep the peace, then if there was some dictator or someone in a political position and he starts calling for war, it's like that person would just have to be removed from power instantly. Like just like whatever the paperwork that's needed to it's just like you can't drink and drive, like you can't start bombing countries. It's just not allowed. We just, the police would keep that from actually happening. But like I said, it gets deeper because these huge companies like Halliburton and these other companies that are actually making the actual war machine equipment. So yeah, it goes deeper. And unfortunately, the thing that goes deeper about it is that it's like in the movies when it's like they own the police. It's like when like the evil guy, they're like, we're gonna call the cops on you, and he's like, are you kidding? I own the police. It's like it's in Back to the Future and all that. So it's like that's the classic thing. It's like when the evil dictator owns the police, then yeah, you've got a problem, for sure. So that's like in the larger situation of what's going on, that's really where the issue is, and they have that ability. But yeah, anyways, just that idea that if the police were actually here to just keep violence from happening, and then you just have that that be strong, then it would just not be allowed to bomb and to do this stuff. It would just wouldn't even be permitted. The people that are doing it would be stopped, and there would be no more bloodshed.
Yeah, that's it. But like you said, they own the police. That's the problem. Who wanted to get in there? Go ahead.
Yeah, there's controlling. I know exactly. Yeah, the government's within the police and the military, and how that's all connected. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's I think the control they got after World War II, and I think they kind of went after the last countries they needed to get even more control of, and then. But it's just all. It's sort of like the Bushes family are part of the same bloodline as the uh, Osama bin Laden and all that. I mean, there's so many deep connections with these guys. It's like that. What's the name of that documentary? A Rich Man's Trick. Yeah, it's just a. It's like it's like war is a rich man's trick. And they use a lot of different methods to.
Yeah, I'm with that. I used to think it was one group, but now I'm not so sure that it's one group. I think it's what you're saying, Gio, but I think there's different cliques. Think of it of different mobs. Like you got the Chinese mob, the Russian mob, you know, the American mob, and they're running the show behind the scenes. That's the way I see it. And but what happens is from time to time they fight against each other. Like one capo is gonna fight the other capo, take him out or whatever. I think it's more like that, like literally, like just mob style. But I don't think it's one. I think it's a few, like five or whatever. Pick a number throughout history. Because I can't see everybody in the world going into the restaurant and all ordering a pizza, right? Someone's gonna want fries, the other one's gonna want hamburger, whatever, right? I just can't see one entity doing this. I just can't see it. But maybe it is one. I don't know.
Well, I mean, so okay, do you think during like the Cold War, during the moon landing stuff and the claim of the Cold War, do you think that the United States and Russia, etc., do you think that they actually were opposing and actually were like authentically in some kind of a quote unquote space race? Or do you think that there's an organizing faction that is behind the power structures of both of those countries and has all of the controlling factions of the government as well in terms of the, the parliament and House of Representatives and et cetera in the United States and all of that, that they have their people in there to the point to where that whole Cold War thing and the space race was actually a charade because they're actually just part of the same crew, the same cabal, the same fraternity, whatever, secret society, etc. Would yeah, do you think they're authentically separate and against each other, or that it's actually just run through the same sort of media psyop creating narrative that is where they're actually not really separate, they're just playing different, sock puppets?
That's a great question. And I'll tell you what I think. I think those are called the controlling lies, right? So those lies, they have to be in on it together because they're going to lose control of the population, right? So when it comes to certain lies, they have to, like, the shape of the earth, for example, or what space is, or what, because let's say now they achieved the first government that achieved the ability to go high enough. Let's just take the shape of the earth because that's the most thing everybody fights about, right? So let's just say the first government that achieved high enough technology to see a shape, right? Now, do they tell the population? Of course not. Because if they do, everything below them falls. All their science, all their religion, everything, right? So they have to maintain the lie, right? And then another country gains, like India, for example, or China, right? And then they get into the good old boys club, right? Why? Because it's to their self-interest. If they say the truth, they fall too. So I think there's like a limit, right? There's the certain lies which they all have to fight for in order to maintain their power. But there's no way that you can convince me that all these different ethnicities, like Chinese, Japanese, Africans, Indians, the Caucasians, the Europeans, there's no way they could all be one. I just can't see that.
Well, how are they all faking space then? Because they all have their own fakery of space. So wouldn't that mean that they would have to all be kind of in on it, quote unquote, in that sense? Unless you're
Yeah,
saying
those
they're
are the specialized that I was saying. Yeah.
the what?
Well, I call them the specialized that they would all have to agree upon because they would lose power,
Yeah,
right?
but then doesn't that mean that there's a cohesion going on? I mean, for example, if you and I are totally separate people, and then I make up a space thing, and I'm like, oh, my country or whatever in this analogy makes up space. For you to go with it, you and I would have to be on some kind of, like, if you were the leader of some other country, you and I would have to kind of wink, wink, hey, let's do it this way and that way. And we'd have to have a lot of data streams that would be interconnected. Of course, the world banks are all interconnected, and all these different factions. So there would have to be quite a bit of cohesion, um, unless you're describing some kind of way that they could just somehow agree and somehow keep their story consistent enough to sell the space story to people. India landing on the moon or whatever it is, that there's some, because when then have to be some kind of like regulating thing, because what if they're separate and they're only like winking at each other to do the lie? It seems like there could be so many things to where there would be an issue, or like they would not have a consistent story.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and you're right. Think of it like the men with the black suits and the suitcases, right? Like Putin once said, yeah, Obama is going to find out what it feels like to be president the day after with when the men in the black suits come and pay him a visit, right? So, me, I think of it like that, like a mob, right? Once you attain certain technology, right, they come knocking to your door, right? Okay, now you're part of the NASA fan club. You get your own vector symbol. You can play part of the game, right? Something like that, like very simple, you know? It's either that or they lose power. If the earth is not the shape that they say, right? They can't say the truth because they're going to lose their power. I don't know. We're doing what ifs now, right? I mean, who knows, you know? But
No, but it does
yeah,
come down to the Earth, though. Yeah, because all the major countries, they're all lying about the Earth. That's another big one. It's like not only space, but yeah. I mean, you brought the way you mentioned that. Yeah, the Earth ultimately, because all these countries, like in terms of within the United Nations and etc., they're all teaching the globe, and they all agree to that. Whereas if they were authentically different, would that necessarily be the case? So it does all kind of boil to that in a way. Like they're all selling that story, and then there has to be some level of consistency and organization for that to be sold like that. It would to have that be consistent in the space stories and the different data streams or the different Himawari or these different things that are claimed to be being put out, probing space or whatever. And then all it does link back to the globe. Yeah.
yeah, that's the key, right? The key here is they sold the story before anybody could quote unquote go high enough to prove the story. Because now they're telling us, oh, you're dumb, right? Look, we have pictures, we have rockets. Look, right? Now that story was sold before they had the ability to go up there and prove it. So that's the key point here.
Do you think that it was obviously a plan in a way by what we would call the powers that be? Because they would have obviously known that what we live on isn't a round ball. So when they knew that people were going to be going up into space, do you think that they would have had some form of plan to subvert that in some way? Because they knew that we were going to be going up there. So they knew that someone was going to see it sooner or later. What do you think about that? Because obviously how do you think they would have subverted that in the first place?
Yeah, it's called NASA. That's my whole point. Yeah. Either we're living on a globe, right? Or they're in on it. Once you achieve once you can go up high enough, right, to actually see the size of the Earth, right? Well, either you're going to find out it's either a globe or it's not. Now, if it's a globe, it's perfect. Everything's cool, right? But if it isn't, what do you do?
What I'm sort of getting at, though, is that, so let's just say the people that we would say the powers that should not be, the elites, whoever they are, if what we live on isn't a globe, they more than likely already knew that. Now, once they knew that we had the technology to go up there, I don't think it would be a matter of them saying, oh shit, we discovered that it wasn't a globe, because at the end of the day, those people always knew it. So how do you think they subverted it before that? Because they would have known that once NASA was going up there. Do you think that they just compartmentalized it so much already within NASA and let those people know that this is what's going to be happening? I mean, we're just speculating here, obviously.
Oh, yeah, I get you now. Yeah, of course. Yeah. They would have to swear him to secrecy and all that stuff, right? You sign the paper, it's a secret and whatever. Yeah. Of course, if they knew, then they came up with the plan to subvert it. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
It's either that or we're living on a globe.
Yeah, because that just sort of came to me then, thinking, well, hold on, maybe the elite probably already knew it, so then they would have had to have somehow taken control of this narrative through NASA. But then they would have also had to have made sure that there were people within the highest echelons of NASA that kind of knew what was going on because they were going to find out. So yeah, just kind of, I just sort of thought of that then, like there had to have been some plan behind it if what we're living on isn't a globe.
Absolutely, bro. Military. You could be sure right now there's generals 5-star or above, or I don't even know what rank, right? But you could be sure there's people that know what we're sitting on, or whatever. Absolutely. Definitely. With the technologies there, right? So they know. They absolutely know. There's some people that know.
Yeah, 100% believe that. There's people that know absolutely 100% without a doubt.
If you're a general and there's a rocket with a camera on it and it's been up there, and you can be sure they've sent thousands of them up there, right? They know. You can be sure of that. There's people that know.
Yeah, because I'd always gone down the thought pattern of what you said before there as well, which was like, okay, I always say to people like, okay, just imagine that we actually did believe that we were on a ball. And then the very first time that they went up in a rocket high enough to go to actually see that we were or were not, if we weren't, do you think they would come back down and tell us that we're not? Obviously they wouldn't, because then they would lose control of everything. It's much easier to
Exactly.
keep that lie going, right? Because otherwise then obviously I'm going to use the term every single religious nut would be like, oh God exists, blah, blah, blah. And I don't mean that in a derogative way. I'm just saying that they would be freaking out going, obviously God exists. See, the Bible's right, blah, blah, blah. And anyone who's more atheist within the space division going up there doing this scientific stuff, or whatever you want to call that, they're obviously not going to come back down here and tell us, oh, actually, it is flat. God was right. They're not gonna go down that road.
Absolutely, bro. I couldn't agree with you more. What's the objective when you have power? To
Keep
keep
power.
it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah, that's what makes me laugh about when people think, oh, there are no conspiracies. You're like, are you kidding me? You think that people who have ultimate power don't want to keep ultimate power and they'll do anything that it takes to do that? I don't get how people have that thought pattern. I mean, just take every single war as an example. A war didn't just happen in a split second. It was conspired that it was going to happen by someone. So, conspiracies happen every day. But I liked what Gio said before, because I was listening on YouTube, and I liked what Gio said before with, like really, if the police were doing their job, the police would be, the moment someone's going, hey, let's go bomb a country, it'd be like, no, sorry, bro, you're out. You got to go. You're obviously a psycho. And then also,
yeah, exactly. Just to actually keep the peace. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But then that comes down to then how you also suggested that, well, obviously you're going to have dictators who control the police. And when you've got a dictator, obviously that's going to change things a little bit, even amongst the population, because chances are you're going to get murdered if you speak up. But within the Western society, we're generally not going to get murdered. And with the atrocities that are going on, as they say, bad things can only happen when good people allow them to happen. And this is what I think with what's going on at the moment. I mean, imagine if tomorrow we had a sit out and everyone just went on their front lawn and did absolutely nothing. No one went to work, and we all said no one is going to do shit until these wars stop. Now, every government in the world cares about economics. And if economics stops in an instant, if the economy stops like that in a second, they're all gonna speak up. They're not gonna have a choice. I mean, imagine if 300 million people in America just did not go to work tomorrow, right? The government's gonna have to pay attention to that. They have no choice.
Yep.
And if it happened all around the world, every single government in the world would have to sit back and be like, okay, Israel, that's enough. Stop bombing. Like, let's work out what's going on here in Palestine and Israel. Let's sort this shit out. Ukraine, Russia, let's chill out. Let's sort it out. Like, they'd have no choice. The governments would have to stand up and say something to these other countries, because no one's going to allow their economy to just dive like that.
Yeah, exactly. And if there's even a higher level of integration with all of it, for example, if there was someone that was in a position of power, and if they started talking about, whatever it may be, something that's starting to become violent or starting to become, in some way showing some kind of either like dictatorship or something that's like a psychologically unhealthy way to be at even a higher level, we could be able to perhaps like pull that person aside and be like, okay, well, you seem to be, it's like before the actual stuff that even happens, to like help that individual that is having those impulses, as it were. Of course, it goes deeper than that, because like the control structure, I mean, it's not just as easy as like helping somebody that has like some psychopathic disorder, even though it could be viewed like that. In terms of like, if there was a system that was set up with the police to actually keep the peace, and then in the same way that, I mean, I'm not really a fan of necessarily even policing people at the same time. I'm much more of like a just live and let live, like freedom kind of, in my overall spirit in terms of that, like, yeah, live and let live, think and let think. At the same time, when I think about like, let's say like just like drunk driving does kill people and it is dangerous. So like when it's worth considering, like, okay, should we actually have, laws and rules around drunk driving, because it will save lives. Well, in the same way, if there's some country that's talking about wanting to bomb or wanting to do these things, if we were able to step in and be like if we did just as a people and as the police force, if they did actually just lay down the law, because I guess what it comes down to is that the military supersedes the police. That's ultimately what it comes down to, is that the commands of the military supersede the police orders. So that's why they can have the police stand down anytime they want, or don't be involved. They can basically just tell the police, yeah, don't be involved here. We got this, basically. And then they use their military type of operations to carry out the whole thing. And then that plays into martial law and all these other factors when it comes to that. So that's kind of ultimately what it comes down to. But if the police were actually like, if we're stopping drunk drivers, we're trying to help, not to help people to be safe, etc., then why are we simultaneously allowing countries to have militaries that have massive bombs, and then even allow them to be shooting missiles at other countries? That shouldn't even be allowed ultimately. Like the police should supersede the military in keeping the peace, or the military should actually be based on keeping the peace. And yeah, if there's anyone out on the streets that are shooting each other or whatever, yeah, we need to obviously somehow quarantine them so they don't hurt other people. But we shouldn't have our own actual militaries launching missiles and doing. It's completely backwards that we even allow that, in a sense, because now we're just allowing complete criminals of these huge militaries to carry out these operations, which have already caused so much death and suffering in the past.
That's a really good point. I agree with you 100% there. But it's kind of like with the whole thing of anarchy, which is no rulers, which is perfectly fine, but that doesn't mean no rules. So, because obviously there's always going to be people that are going to do the wrong thing, in the sense of, possibly hurt someone. Like, obviously, if you're in what we would deem a 50-kilometer-an-hour zone, or for you guys that might be like, what about 30 miles an hour? If you're in a zone that's technically that, and someone sits there and does 100 kilometers an hour and kills someone, obviously that's bad. We can't, there has to be some rules. Otherwise, people will just do what the hell they want. So I don't have a problem with there being certain rules. It's just a matter of government, get the fuck out of my life. Just leave me alone in general. As long as I don't break basic rules of hurting people, stealing from people, then stay out of my life.
Doesn't it kind of seem like the whole thing's kind of a setup? I mean, like, think about how much surveillance and drones and all this bullshit that's over Palestine, for example. Like, how the fuck are they even able to like set up rockets? Like, yeah, like it doesn't seem like something that would just go unnoticed. It just seems like all the like I really can't think of any conflicts that have ever happened where you don't go like, wait, like how the fuck? You know what I mean? Like the start of it was like the start of every conflict is always like bullshit.
Completely. Like, I mean, there's been so many people within the ex-IDF come out and say that what happened was physically impossible. There's just no possible way that Hamas could have done what they did, and even in the preparation stage without Israel knowing it, because apparently they were preparing for a year, and there's people within ex-intelligence who have said that there are so many people that the Israeli Defense Force have, the Mossad or whatever, who know literally every single thing that happens within Palestine. What goes into Palestine, what goes out of Palestine. They're like, it's impossible that they didn't even know this was a plan that was happening.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It just seems like I don't know. It just plays into the world's a stage. All this shit is fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah, unfortunately, the fakeness is very real for someone who just had a building collapse on them. That's the shitty thing about it, is that within that stage, it's fake as in they're playing a game, but they're playing a game with real people. And that's what sucks.
Dude, not to change topics or whatever, but that discussion with you and Noah, Geo, that was really good, man. I was like listening to that while I was at work today. It was fucking sweet. I like a lot of the ideas you guys were talking about. I think that's like a legit. It's really a legit. I don't know. It's just a legit worldview, or something worth thinking about.
What was the essence of that topic?
They were just talking about like what could be like in the north, and like I don't know. I like Geo's ideas on it. I was like, yeah, man, that's so legit. Um, yeah, I mean, he was basically saying like, it could be some outlander faction, that we don't really know about that is running the show, and I think that's very possible myself. And I did send you a message, Geo. I don't know if you're listening, but I apologized for going off on North. I never really kind of liked that guy ever since he threatened to fight that dude over the gay goat discussion. And every time I hear North, he's always like, kind of like a bully. He sounds like kind of a bully to me. I get triggered, so my bad.
I think it's fascinating to think of, like, is what's going on within this realm that we live in, is it being controlled by outside forces that aren't human, whether that be outer ponder type forces or whether that be entity type forces? Because you think of just the amount of things that are going on, which we would deem as in this realm as inhuman, is just shocking. But is it really inhuman? Because it's within all of us to do those things. So who knows?
Dude, I think it is inhuman, plain and no, like I mean, I think we're kind of trained. I mean, yeah, like if people slight you or whatever, but people like if someone was trying to hurt your kid, you would do terrible things to another person, but I don't think that it's really. I think naturally people just want to be left alone. I don't really think that. I mean, I don't know. That's what I think. Most people.
Yeah, well, it's like, people don't want war, governments want war. The average person, every single person on this earth just wants to be able to raise their kids, do their bit of work and live a good life, be able to go on a few holidays here and there. That's what everyone wants. Nobody wants to sit there and go to another country and bomb and kill them. That's what governments do.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, it's wild, dude. Like, yeah, most people. I mean, most people want to go jet skiing. They don't want to go start a war. Like, I'm gonna go take over that guy's yard. Like, not a thing. It's just bullshit that they tell us. Part of the bullshit narrative.
Like, I'll hang a lot of shit on Israel for what's going on at the moment, but I don't hate the Israeli people. You know, the Israeli people just want peace as well. And they're very brainwashed, but, you know, like at the end of the day, they just want to live in peace, just like everyone else. Everyone wants to live in peace. Nobody wants to sit there and think like, oh, yeah, let's go to war, and then maybe my son or my daughter or my dad or my mum or someone will die because of it. Nobody wants that.
Hey, Plane, remember when you were in here and that Israeli kid came in and he was talking with
Yeah,
us?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I got a bit triggered by him.
yeah, dude. I just thought that was so interesting because that kid, he was everything. He was like, he thought the earth was flat, like he hated his own government. But then he was like, but those dogs are how he like, he talked about Palestinians like they were subhuman. Like they're whatever.
Yeah.
Just
That's
I
the
thought I was
unfortunate thing is that that's what they're taught in Israel, though. You know, like Max Egan tells a story because Max Egan got into Palestine, was there for a few months, and like so the Israelis tell the story of like, oh, look, when we go in there, they actually hold their children up as human shields in front of them. That's how disgusting they are. But that's not what they're doing. What they're actually doing is holding their children up, saying, "We have children here. Stop shooting at us. You're shooting at children." That's what they're really doing. But the Israelis get told that they're using the children as human shields. But you've got a mother holding the child up going, please stop. You're shooting at my children. You're shooting at me and my kids. Stop it. That's what they're really doing. You know, or they'll be holding up a dead child because their child just got killed, you know. But the Israelis are told the opposite. So they think that they're these inhuman people.
yeah, man. Culture's like so important. You know what I mean? Like, and unfortunately, our culture seems to be pretty poisoned at this point.
Yeah, I just got a bit triggered by that guy because I asked a very basic question, which was, okay, well, what was it called before 1948? And then he just kept going into, oh, my parents owned this land, they bought this land here. And I'm like, dude, just what was it called before 1948? And he just did the political answer. He did not want to answer it because the only answer is before 1948, it was all Palestine. And Israelis, like, you know, Jewish people, Muslims, Christians, they all lived in Palestine and they all got on well. They all lived happily lives. They didn't fight each other, not until the state of Israel was created. And that's when all this started. Everyone lived perfectly happily before that.
It was funny too, playing because he was like, the dude was like, he's like, before, he's like, my grandparents lived here. We lived here peacefully, and you were like, yeah,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
were there peacefully until what? What changed? Oh, the
Yeah.
Zionists.
Yeah, then the Nakba happened, and you came and you stole everyone's homes, and you killed, and you know, not you, not that person, but you know, his people, and now there's even a video there's like a documentary or something that's come out, and there's actual Israeli Israeli men. Oh shit! Sorry, I've got a phone call coming through. Yeah, so there's actual Israeli people that were in the defense force at that time who did those atrocities, and they have this weird attitude towards it where you can see that they find what they did quite disturbing, but they almost laugh about it. Some of them think it's completely horrible, and some say they'd do it all over again. It's really weird. I don't know. Have you seen that?
See that?
Yeah, I just saw little bits of it, and literally see these older, they're in their 70s and 80s, or they were sort of, they can't have been around at the exact time because if they're only in their 80s, but I don't know, like during that time, and they're talking about how even raping people and just murdering, killing children and stuff. They're just talking about it, and I mean you can see the weirdness in their eyes of how they're trying to what's the word for it? They're trying to justify it in their own brains that it was something that had to happen at the time, but that they're quite traumatized by what they did. It's really really sad to see.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It's pretty wild. If you think about like just how much money we spend on like the military and all kinds of dumb shit.
It's crazy. So here's one that I've put forward to people in the past. Like, so imagine this scenario. America supposedly spent $20 trillion on this war on terror so far. Could you imagine if instead of going and bombing Afghanistan, that they turned and they took $2 trillion and they went into Afghanistan and said, we don't want anything in return. We're going to bring water to every single household. We're going to build infrastructure. We're going to give everyone electricity. We're going to improve your sanitation. We're going to do all these things for your country. Do you think that there would be one Afghani person who would want to destroy America when all you've done is bring electricity and food and health to their nation? They would kiss your ass. They would think you're the greatest goddamn thing ever. But instead, the government decided to go over there and bomb and kill people, which creates more hate. Rather than creating love, you create hate. And it would have been way cheaper to create love than to go over there and create hate.
Hey, that doesn't line any banker's pockets there, Plane. Hey, but dude, could you imagine if all that, dude, all the money we spent, dude, if we actually like, how about the NASA money? I mean, all this bullshit money that is just lining the banks of whatever, dude, like the reptilian race. I don't know, fucking know what the fuck they are, but anyhow, dude, like you could have, dude, there's so much stuff you could be doing to like make the world better. Instead, it's just like, I don't know, it's just crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, go. It's like Jaren has shown that the space industry is about $390 billion per year. And what have we really got out of it? We haven't got anything out of it. But $390 billion per year, that could solve a lot of problems for people who have nothing, We could have literally solved world hunger. Every country could be a completely functioning society in the sense of sanitation, electricity, working roads, sewage, all that type of thing. We could have been doing that for people, but no, instead we're just exploring this shit that's never going to do anything for anyone, even if that is what we actually are doing.
Yeah, dude, for sure, man. I like, yeah, dude, like, I don't know. They're dude, I wish there was a system where you could pay taxes, or like you had to pay a certain, like, let's say we set up a system where it's like, okay, you got to pay so much taxes, but you actually got to pick, right, the shit you wanted to fund. Like, I'm going to fund like, I'm going to fund what's that damn, the damn thing Gio always talks about, I'm gonna fund the ayahuasca like childhood trauma healing thing, like shit like that.
Yeah.
Dude, that was the other thing I wanted to point out too. Like, dude, just think like the military is a perfect example of like what a fucking wasted resource. Like, you have like all these like medics and all this shit there in the military, like all this equipment, and like it just sits around, does nothing, practices killing people. Like you could totally like have them doing like, fucking rescues and like all kinds of shit that's actually serving society, but instead, they just train for killing. It's kind of lame to me.
Like, I saw on The Last American Vagabond, they were showing, this was a while ago, I'm not sure if it was for this year or for last year, but they showed that Congress approved $852 billion to go into your military. I think that was either this year or last year. And then on top of that, the government spent $100 billion on Ukraine. That's like $1 trillion that they spent in 1 year on war.
Yeah, we could bolster the police and feed starving people and make the police actually do what they should do to keep the peace. And that would basically solve so much. But that's the problem, is that it's actually it's actually corrupt at the root of it. That's the problem. So it's not about just us good humans doing the right thing, as it were. It's about that force that's actually purposefully doing that. So, sort of like they did 9/11 and all these things. It's like they didn't really have to do those things. It's like they're adding that in, basically, on top of it's like adding insult to injury, essentially.
Yeah, and that's kind of why it makes you wonder. Oh, sorry, you go, man. You go.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, you go. You're right.
Yeah, dude. Like, dude. Well, and there's like so many fucking like, legit like would be like earth changing fucking projects. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of always talk about this a lot, but I always talk about 3D ocean farming. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but yeah, dude, like it literally makes artificial leaves or what the fuck, artificial reefs that bolster the fish population, like, for the global warmest, like it like the it like, dude, it fixes the fucking ocean. It like the plants absorb 5 times more carbon than any land-based plant. Like, dude, imagine spending $1 trillion on fucking 3D ocean farms. Like, you could literally start terraforming the fucking earth. But instead, we make death showers and fucking laser guided whatever.
Yeah, extremely expensive fighter jets that have very little actual practical purpose. Billions of dollars in that stuff. Meanwhile, people are starving, can't even get a meal on their table around the world. Oh, but we had the latest and greatest F-18 fighter pilot jet. There's so much other equipment like that too that they have. But yeah, if that was all used for something positive, what if they were using all that equipment to actually like clean up the oceans? Or, I mean, there's so many things they could be doing, but they're just like sitting on these bases, like ready to just follow orders to like carry out whatever attacks on other innocent civilians. Ultimately, I mean, whoever the dictators are, whoever the evil people, quote unquote, in those countries, they're not the ones being bombed. They're not the ones being bombed. It's not like we're like bombing the bad guys. Those guys are in their multi-million-dollar properties somewhere off, on a long-distance phone call, just whatever they're involved in. So, and then the people on the ground that are actually hurting each other. Well, yeah, that's why we have police. I know I keep harping on this thing, but it's like just with the police thing, like, okay, if you have, let's say somebody owns 5 acres and then their neighbor owns the 5 acres next to them. If one of those people just decided to just take over the other guy's 5 acres, like the one guy is like, you know what, that's it. We're just taking this guy over. We're going to go in with machine guns and tanks, and we're just going to hold his family hostage. We're going to take over his whole house, his whole thing. If that happened, the police would obviously be called, and the police would totally take care of it. They'd be like, no, you can't do this. You can't come in with tanks and just take this guy's house over. That's why it's like illegal to do that stuff, to rob people, to break into their homes, all that kind of stuff. So why is it somehow allowed at the military level that they can do that? That if they want to invade another, or dropping bombs or trying to, invade or whatever they may be doing, or what they did in World War II is just unbelievable and just inhumane ultimately. But I mean, all of what went down, like why is that allowed, and why is that like funded by the banks? And yeah, it's just. But yeah, to your point as well, there's so many better ways that those resources could be used, but to be like a propaganda, fear arm of the governments that also just unleash the military operations on the citizens. Yeah, that's a big issue.
It's just crazy and inhumane. But I mean, as we all already know, that government needs a reason to exist. And if there was nothing but peace and everything was really cool, we'd be wondering why we even need government in the first place.
And why we need a military to quote unquote protect us. Yeah, that actually is there to keep us in line if we go out of line, and then used against us ultimately.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the sad thing. That I mean, at the end of the day, until we as a human race can get together and go, this is complete horseshit, we're sick and tired of this, and stand up and do something about it, it's just going to keep happening. And it's the sort of thing that, even if we do stand up today and we fix it for the next, 50 years, then in 50 years' time, we're going to all forget about it, and it's going to happen again, and we're going to all have to stand up again to make sure it doesn't keep happening. It's an ongoing cycle.
Well, like you've said, though, they've used it in the past to actually threaten people and to harm people, to the point to where people are now, afraid that there's actually other countries that are going to come get them or whatever. So then they want to be protected. So there's it's like the problem, reaction, solution. They're actually sold, they're bought into it. Just like some people were bought into the lockdowns, or, the all the stuff that happened for, in those years from the 2020, for those two, obviously. So yeah, it's like people buy into that narrative, and now they're like thanking the military, like, oh, thank you for keeping us safe. And it's like, well, I know that's the narrative that they're sold, but like they're creating.
But in reality,
yeah, I know. In reality, they're like, yeah, creating the dramas, like actually not keeping us safe, actually harming us in a lot of cases, as it were, when they're dropping bombs and stuff. I mean, like that missile did not have to be launched, whatever missile they're launching or whatever action they're taking. And like, even like, yeah, during that Vietnam War where they get all the Vietnamese hyped up and then all the Americans, and then they're telling them both different stories. And oh man, it's crazy. It's all controlled.
If we go to something like that, right, what completely blows my mind is that we now know 100% that what was the ship called that was supposedly bombed? I forget the name of it, but we know that ship was never bombed, which got America into the Vietnam War. How do we not somehow how are we not up in arms about that? I mean, 40,000 Americans got killed, probably 1 million Vietnamese got killed. Like, how are people just not losing their shit over something like that when that was all false? I don't know.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
The Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Yeah, that's it.
Dude, I really think all the reason why we're in the predicament we're in is I really think that people are being chemically fucking, I don't know, like I think they put shit in the water or something, dude. Like, people should be getting outraged. You know what I mean? People should be giving a fuck. Like, there's something that is making people not. And in my opinion, because to me, there's no way to explain it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive psychological operation, isn't it? I mean, if you look into, the experiments that they did with mice when they had those mice in a nice, beautiful community, and all the mice got on really well. They had lots of space, and they all lived perfectly, and nothing happened. There was no violence. And then they put, that same 100 mice into a really tight-knit area, and they started fighting each other, and then they started pruning each other and excessively taking care of themselves, and they got all really vain, and they just did all these things where they hurt each other, and they basically just went crazy. And then all of a sudden they started the projects in America. It's like they've psychologically they've done the experiments to know exactly how people will react to certain situations, and they just bring us those situations, real or fake. And then we react in the way that they know that we will react, and they get exactly what they want. I forget what the name of those experiments are.
I mean, I haven't read that, no, but I mean, I definitely feel like it's a multifaceted attack, like the vaccines, the shit in the water, the fucking shit in the air, the culture, the indoctrination. Like it's like a a multi full frontal assault, like from all angles for sure.
Yeah, big time, man. I 100% agree with that. But yeah, you'd know those experiments with the mice, wouldn't you? Do you remember what that was called?
I think I know. Well, there's a couple of them. Which one? Which? Yeah, there's a
Well,
couple.
they were the ones of they were the ones with cocaine and stuff, but I can't remember what it was called. But it was literally one where they took all these mice and they had them in like a really big area. It was 100 mice. They had them in a huge area, and every mouse they just got along beautifully. There was no issues with anything at all. And then they got them and they put them in quite a confined space. And they started attacking each other. They started excessively pruning themselves. Like they got really vain, and they were doing all like they were just behaving badly. And that's when literally the projects of America was started after that, where they got all of the African Americans and basically stuck them in this one tight knit area. And then they all started behaving exactly as the mice behaved, and they knew that all these things were going to happen. And then they've actually admitted, I think I've seen things where they actually admitted that the projects were based on those experiments. Can't remember what it was that I saw though.
I think it's better for people and the environment to be spread out personally because like gardening and all the things you do to like take care of your land, I think is actually good for the environment personally, like planting trees and bushes and berries and shit.
It's good for you too, not just the environment, like your mental state. Being out in the open air, just getting your hands dirty, growing things. As you all know, I'm vegan, so I don't agree with killing the animals, but having animals, looking after them, taking care of them, and feeding them, like they build great responsibility, and it's just good for you.
Yeah, dude, no, like whether you're gonna eat animals or not, dude, I was like, fuck grass, and I like ripped everything. I changed my entire yard into a garden. Dude, I have deer pillaging my yard, frogs. I found a salamander last year. Yeah, like everything has shown up in my garden. Like I think that's part of the deception too, that like we need to go to smart cities. That's definitely
Yeah.
not.
No, we don't need to go to smart cities. They need us to go to smart cities to make sure they can keep 100% control. We need the complete opposite. It's like, I think within each country, I think that what's the word for it? What government should be doing is literally supplying every single person within the country a plot of land to live in. Like you're a citizen of, well, a citizen. You're a person. Or a person is probably the wrong word too. You're someone who lives in that country. You were born there. You have the right to live there. You have the right to a plot of land in that country. You have the right to be able to go somewhere and have a house. I think that these are basic human rights, personally, myself. And I think that part of what government does should be to help supply people and make sure that everyone's actually looked after with their own plot of land, with their own way to live. I don't think that we should be living that way that we are, and I don't think government should control our lives in that way. They should just be like, oh, you've got a new child, here's some extra land for your child. We've got plenty. It's not like, even if everyone in America was given an acre block of land and spread out, my God, there would be, it would still be a blip in the radar of the actual country.
Yeah, for sure, bro.
And here in Australia, if everyone, here in Australia, we could all be given friggin' 1,000 acres of land and we would still be nowhere near taking up a portion of it, There's only 25 million of us here.
I know, dude. Just the notion that like, you have to give away a third of your life every day just so you can have your little square. You know what I mean? And not have guns shoved in your face until you go live in the streets.
Yeah.
Like, it's wild, man. It's fucking super wild. It is
Yeah,
total.
for me, it wasn't until I actually bought a house that had land on it. I mean, it's not big; it's 800 square meters, which for you guys would be what, about 2,600 square feet, something like that. Once I had that, and then I started growing food on that, that's when it dawned on me, like, oh, this is why the land is the most important part of owning a home, because you can grow your own food. That's it. It's dawned on me when I actually had my own piece.
I know, dude. When I started like researching farming, I was like tripping out. I was like, wait, an acre makes how many soybeans? Like, what the fuck? That would feed you for years, dude. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, there's actually there's a family in America, and it was years ago. I saw this Facebook post on this family, and then I looked them up and watched a video on them. And they have not even a quarter an acre block. It's about 700 square meters, and they not only make $75,000 a year from their garden, they also feed the entire family, and that's like the parents, and then I think it's like a brother and a sister who then have their own family, and they all work in the actual garden. So they feed themselves, their kids, everyone, and they make $75,000 a year out of a 700 square meter block of land.
Yeah, dude, I love that shit. There's this guy, his name's Curtis Stone, and they call him the Urban Farmer. And yeah, same story, dude. He has like he has like a quarter acre, and his house doesn't even have the full quarter acre. Like, he started gardening in empty lots in his neighborhood, and he was making like $100K a year. And I was like, listen, I nerded out on him, and dude, he only works like he has like a solid 3 months off every year because it's
Yeah,
wintertime. He's in Canada. You know what I mean? Like, nothing grows in the winter, really.
yeah. It's like there's on some of these Netflix specials, there's one which is there's one which is about food, and there's all these dairy farmers that are whinging that whatever's going on with them, and they're having to they're having to sell their dairy farm because they're not making money. And I'm like, you have about 100 hectares of land. You could take 1 acre of that land and just grow food, and you would probably make more money than you've been making on your dairy farm. But all they know is dairy farming. They don't know how to do the other farming. But they've got so much land, and I think to myself, how are they not just using it in a different way now? Just adapt. Why go
Yeah,
bankrupt?
for sure. For sure. Yeah, they just kind of, you get stuck in a system, and that's all you know. That's all you know what I mean? They just, yeah, they weren't able to adapt.
Yeah, exactly. And because my mind just goes to that story that I just told you about, and I think, well, you've got like 100 hectares of land here. These people made 75 grand off, not even 1% of what you have. Like, just change. Just do something else.
I think it's
That's
hard
not
for
working.
people. Change is just a tough thing, man, for humans. Like, it seems like a lot of people, they need that, like, you know, they need the new idea and to see it work, and you know.
Yeah, yeah. Even just moving house is a big change for people.
I don't know why. I just feel like sharing this with you guys. I have this lab, and he's 15, and when he was 12, yeah, I think he was 12. He was gonna die because my family kept feeding him dog food, and his hair was falling out, and he was throwing up constantly. He's just gonna die from dog food. And I was like, dude, stop feeding that dog fucking dog food. And I went and got a um I went and got a bag of hamburger patties. And dude, it literally saved his life. Him just eating hamburger patties. And anyhow, he's like, dude, he's chasing this ball like he's so wild, man. He just trips me out. He's 15. A bunch of my family members died, so I inherited him. And
Yeah,
He's doing so good, man. It's so cool.
You want to hear? That's great, man. That's awesome. That's happened for him. You want to know what the oldest living dog is? The oldest living dog. The oldest living dog was around getting close to the age of 30, and the same man has owned the two oldest living dogs, and he had those dogs as 100% vegan. He fed them all vegetables, like fresh vegetables and stuff, and prepared it, not just shitty stuff from buying, like vegan dog food from the shops. Like he actually made them their food. But the two oldest living dogs were actually fed all plants.
That's wild, dude. Could you send me something on that plane?
Yeah, I'll have to look it up and find it for you.
Or I could just look up the
But,
oldest dog. Yeah, that's
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, because I mean, dogs are a true omnivore, so they can be extremely healthy just eating plants. But I guess you've just got to do it the right way for them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I did carnivore for like 6 months, and I healed all my joints and dropped like 50 pounds and put on fucking 50 pounds of straight solid steel. So I was like, I don't know. But yeah,
Yeah.
like
Well, I
maybe
think the
I'll.
most important thing when it comes to health is getting rid of all the processed shit. So no matter what diet you follow, if you get rid of all of the processed crap out of your life, you're going to get healthy. You're going to be healthier, you know?
Yeah, man. I don't know. Yeah, like I just was tripping out. Yeah, maybe the processed foods. I don't know. But yeah, like my joints healing was like a big deal for me. Like my knee used to just go click, 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 click every time I moved my leg. And now my knee's 100% better. And I just attributed it to eating all the collagen. I was like, a lot of bone broth and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that it happens with all diets. I think everyone has the story. That story is the same throughout all diets. You know what I mean? So you would have someone who went paleo who would have the same story. You have someone who went vegan who has the same story. But as long as they went, no, I wouldn't say vegan. Let's say they went purely plant-based. Non-processed foods, and those stories exist within all diets. But obviously not the standard Western McDonald's eating diet, but I mean all pure diets. So I think the biggest thing is just getting rid of all the junk. That's what creates a healthy human.
Yeah, I could agree with that big time. I will say one time I did do like a hardcore like smoothie. Like I was basically drinking beets and broccoli like twice a day, like a giant pitcher of it. And at the time, dude, I was working like 120-hour weeks, fucking doing oil filled shit. And I had like a little break because it was like the first time my mom got cancer. And dude, like I did the smoothie thing, and I swear, bro, like my guts. It wasn't like I lost any weight, but I lost like 4 inches off my pant size. And I was like, dude, I was just like swollen. It's like pretty wild.
Yeah, well, when I first went vegan, I, because like I did nightclub security and stuff, so I was about 88 to 90 kilos, quite lean at the time. It's around 200 pounds, and probably about 10% body fat at that time. And then when I first went vegan, I was like, well, how can I do this but not lose weight? Because I don't want to lose weight because, I need to be able to throw people around if I need to throw people around. So I did some research on it, and I was just smashing down smoothies as well, just constantly. And I mean, they were like big, same sort of thing, broccoli, lemon, like all sorts of stuff in there, and just constantly drinking a lot of those. Well, I actually gained 10 kilos of weight after I went vegan and was doing this. I gained 10 kilos of weight, and my strength went through the roof. I actually ended up being, at that time, I was leg pressing like 750 odd kilos for reps. everything just went way up.
750 kilos for a
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
Leg press?
Yeah.
For how many reps?
15.
Like a 3x5, 3 sets of 5?
No, 15. Sets of
Wow.
15. Yeah, my legs used to be really strong. Really strong. But
Damn.
not for squatting because I don't think my lower back was as strong. The heaviest I ever squatted was about 180 kilos, which is a lot, but not in the grand scheme of things.
Man, what is that? Yeah, dude, my goal was like I wanted a 2-wheel bench press. I would do like 4 sets of 8 with 2 warm-up sets, a 3-wheel back squat, and a 4-wheel deadlift. All 4 sets of 8. I just wanted to maintain that. That's what I wanted. That's
Yeah, I
a
used to.
fucking lot,
I
dude.
Yeah, I used to do way too much, probably too much for what my body could personally handle, and it kind of ruined my back a little bit. So that's where I had to just go all to more like leg pressing and stuff, and I had to stop squatting. Had to stop squatting and deadlifting because at that time as well, or maybe years earlier, I was deadlifting about 230 kilos for reps as well, but it destroyed my back. I don't think my body type was quite strong enough to handle that.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's a lot. That's pretty fucking ogre, bro. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was quite funny because like I was always doing I was doing security at that time as well, and I had one guy who was training with me as well because I teach martial arts as well, and he's like 6'5" and 130 kilos, and he was at that time. I wasn't deadlifting that anymore. That was a few years before this, but he was training to be a strongman, and he was deadlifting like 200 kilos, and I'm going, come man, look at you, you're like 40 kilos heavier than me, you pussy. You should be lifting more than that. I'd be always giving him shit about it.
Yeah, dude, that's really impressive, man. It's pretty impressive.
But yeah, man, but I had some friends who were just super strong. Super strong. I had a mate who was squatting 300 kilos. So, and
Yeah,
that's insane.
it's pretty wild. One thing I do so I was like lifting pretty heavy. I mean, for me, and did you do cardio with it too? Because like I was like pretty much trying to biohack. So I was like doing the 200 milligrams of caffeine, fasted, leg sprints in the morning, fucking like then like heavy lifting, sauna every day. Was your cardio? Because like I know you can like if you put on a lot of muscle, your cardio can go down. Was your cardio
Yeah,
good?
yeah. My cardio was pretty good because I was constantly training, fitness stuff as well with martial arts, doing a lot of Thai boxing, that sort of thing. So I was constantly doing that as well. And yeah, I was the same, always going to the sauna and stuff, doing all those things as well. Because that's all I did. I just did security at that time. Did security, ran my martial arts school, and that was just my life at that time. So all I did was train and do security. I was doing security deliberately because that was something I could do at night time and then just train all day. So at one time when I was even younger, when I was in my early 20s, I was like 19, 20 to maybe 23. I was probably training 8 hours a day of martial arts, 4 to 6 days a week.
Were you competing or what were you doing?
No, I wasn't competing. It was just for my own personal growth, I guess. Just something I really enjoyed doing. Like I did end up doing some competition stuff. Like I went and did some sort of like a karate competitions. I had a couple of kickboxing fights, but I damaged my neck really badly when I was younger. Like when I was like 5 years old, I fell off a brick wall straight onto my head and put a fracture from one side of my head to the other, and that damaged my neck. So the fights were never the problem. For me, it was always the training, preparing for fighting. I'd always get a damaged neck preparing to fight. So I was like, well, just screw this. I can't do it.
We just needed to get you in some 3 guns playing, and you would have been like fucking forced to be reckoned with, buddy.
3 guns. What's that? Sorry, man.
3 gun. It's like it's a shooting sport, and I don't know.
Right,
If it's,
okay.
I'm sure it's.
Yeah, I've only ever
rare.
done a little bit of. Yeah, I've only ever done a little bit of shooting, but it's good fun, you know.
Yeah, I love me some guns. That's for sure. Cool American.
It's definitely an American thing. Not us Aussies, man. We're pussies. One shooting and we give up everything.
Hey, man, that's another good point of culture. Like, fucking Americans are like, we don't care what you bullshit you pull. Like, we're keeping our guns.
Yeah. Which is, I think it's good in some ways and it is bad in other ways. Because I mean, we can all obviously admit if there were no guns, there can be no shootings. I mean, that's just logistics. But I think it's something that you guys have had as it's part of your constitution or whatever it is, your Bill of Rights or whatever part it is, and it's good for you guys for fighting for that right.
Bro, you could never get rid of all the guns in the U.S. Like, there's like, I've seen pretty accurate stats of like up to 1 billion here. So if you outlawed them, the only people who would have them is criminals, and it's I don't know. It would not work here. You couldn't ban guns. There's just too many.
Yeah, I've heard there's something like about 3 or 4 guns for every man, woman, and child in America.
Bro, yeah, for sure, dude. And that's just like, I mean, yeah, like it's been a while since I looked at this stuff, but I mean, like, that's based off sales and blah blah. I mean, dude, like, bro, like just my coworkers would be like, "Oh, hey, we're having an 80% like Glock party. You guys gonna show up?" Like, there'd be like, all of us at our boss's house drinking beer with fucking Glock jigs, making Glocks and shit. Like, yeah, there's a lot of guns here.
Yeah, well, and the beauty about that is, like, I was chatting with a mate the other day, and I was like, you realize that with where they're trying to lead the world at the moment, if it was to go into World War III, and let's say the Chinese came to Australia, like, we all have no choice but to fight. Even though I don't agree with any of what's going on, if they're coming to my country to kill us, I have no choice but to fight. But the difference between me and you is, you guys have guns. I don't have shit. What am I going to do when these Chinese soldiers with machine guns or whatever come in and start shooting? I can't defend myself against that. You guys at least have 300 million people who have arms and weapons who can actually help defend the country. We don't have that anymore. And that sucks. Because if shit goes off and I don't have that weaponry, man, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, man. I mean, you'd literally. I mean, it would make you. I mean, you would have to rely on the government to protect you. Yeah, man, and I mean, it's definitely. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, there's no way it's not a deterrent here, right? Like, I mean, like, I have buddies that have shot moose at fucking 800 yards with a what did Cliff have? Yeah, like some 493, some ridiculous like one-off caliber. I mean, yeah, dude, like, it would be a fucking problem.
Yeah. Well, it's like the whole story of. Sorry, man, go on.
Well, I just was gonna say, like, I mean, just like long range shooting by itself, like, I mean, yeah, like, there was like one incident, and like, I think that it was like those two black guys, somewhere on the East Coast were shooting people, and they had a 223. I can't remember, but anyhow, that ain't shit. Like you're like they were, and they literally shut down fucking they shut down like an entire state. Just those two guys with like no training, no nothing. Could you imagine like somebody trying to come here and all the rednecks with fucking 300 Win mags shooting at you from 1,600 yards? Like that would be a bad day for whoever.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I had something else I was going to say then. Completely forgot. Brain fart. But when those guys were shooting the long range, did they have to check for Coriolis?
Every time, bro. Yeah, we got our calculate. All our redneck friends are out there with calculators. Like, okay, the bear's at this rotation of the Earth. No, none of that ever happened.
No, you sure?
Yeah, I'm very sure.
It's always the funniest one, isn't it? Like, so every soldier knows, like, well, actually, now I'm in Egypt and I'm facing south, so I've got to like make sure I aim a little bit to the right. You know, like, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Now I'm in Thailand. I'm in the middle. Shit, which way? Okay, I'm facing west. I don't need to worry about it now. It's just bullshit.
Dude, honestly, man, I really think this whole flat Earth debate is gonna get put to bed here real soon, dude. With laser interferometry, like it's just, dude. I mean, I was reading Wang's paper today, and it's just such a fucking slam dunk. And I was going through Robert Bennett's stuff, like looking at the Whitsitt and Allen's, Robert Bennett's presentation, dude. Like, fuck, dude,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
over for Globe.
yeah, that was golden, wasn't it?
Dude, it's so good, man. And like, even when you fucking Google Ruong Wang linear laser interferometry, it's just like, bro, it's like, fuck, dude, like, it's just so good, man. Like, it's just so like, it's just game fucking over, dude. Like, it just hasn't caught on. You know what I mean? The
Yeah, I think
Earth.
like they were saying they just need that Wang to retire so then he can start talking.
Yeah, for real. But dude, like, I don't know, man. Like, this shit's starting to get traction. People are starting to notice it, and like, you got like Witsit and shit. It's like, fucking bringing all the brain candy, and it's just, dude, it's just too cool. It's too fun to learn about. Like, it's too good. Like, people are gonna start doing this shit, doing
Yeah,
experiments.
definitely, man. I think Whitsitt and Alan and Shane St. Pierre, those guys are invaluable, man. They've really brought a lot to this discussion. Probably
Yeah, man.
more than anyone's brought in a long time.
Yeah, dude, it's so fire, dude. Like, I don't know, like, yeah, and I'm like, I'm reading the papers, and I'm like, shit, dude. I'm like understanding this stuff. Like, it's not even. I'm like, dude, if a gas station attendant can figure it out, like anybody can.
The thing that makes me laugh the most is that when you actually hear, Austin talk to these PhDs, right? He gets them nodding their head and they're like, yes, you're right about this. And so, maybe they might say, oh, you have a little bit of a misunderstanding of that or whatever. But generally, they're just agreeing with him. They're like, yep, no worries. And then you have these idiots on the internet saying, oh, Whitsit's dumb. You're like, what do you mean he's dumb? He's literally talking with a PhD in that guy's environment and got that guy nodding his head to all these different things that Whitsit's pointing out. Like, how are you calling this person dumb? He's clearly not dumb. He's a very intelligent man. And just great understanding. That's what he's got. He's just got a really good understanding of what he's reading.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
to call him dumb is just retarded.
Yeah, I mean, you could just dismiss those people; they're not worth talking to. Um,
Ah.
but yeah, dude, like the fucking dude, like Robert Bennett's shit. He's like, dude, his thing. He's like addressing the scientific propaganda. I'm just like, oh shit, dude. Like, oh my god, that guy is just so dope. Like, dude, like, oh man, I just loved it. Like the poetry and the quotes and like the history and all this stuff, dude. Like, absolute fucking top tier fucking. Oh, it was just so good, man. I'm just eating it up. I just love it.
Yeah, I
I
haven't
can't.
watched the whole second one. Sorry. Go.
Yeah, dude. I'm like, dude, I'm just digging through the papers and shit. Like, I'm trying to absorb it all. Like, I'm gonna get all polished up, dude. I just can't wait to just rub it in all these fucking over space, dude. Well,
Yeah,
thanks.
I reckon in the first one when Robert said that our sun is not like any other star, like it's a completely different spectrum. It's totally different than every other star out there that's ever been observed. That was huge to me. I was like, what do you mean? Isn't our sun just a star like the rest of them? How can it be completely different? Like no other star is like our sun? Well, then that's fucking unique then, right? Like, I don't, like to me, that's a huge red flag on something's different about where we are, right?
Yeah, man. No, like, dude, it's just. Oh man, I told Alan, I was like, dude, it's like you're like a science crime detective. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah, exactly.
I'm right, because like it's just like literally go like, nope, that's a fraud. Nope, that's a fraud. Like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah, it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, you got to props to those guys, man, for being in there and digging at it. And thank God we got people who can actually understand it the way that they do. Because I'd probably have to read it 100 times to even get partial understanding the way they have. But once
That's
they explain it, then you can read it after that and be like, oh, yeah, I understand. Because, I mean, Witcher has a great way of explaining it like he's explaining it to a 2-year-old. He might sometimes use, all the language, which is a little bit confusing. But once you listen to more of it, you start to understand. It's brilliant.
pull out.
Oh, sorry, man, you're breaking up for me. I don't know if you were for anyone else. But yeah, it's really funny as well because I remember the first day that Witsit was on Globebusters, and I was sitting there thinking, like, who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? Why is he on Globebusters? And then after a while, you start going like, oh, yeah, that's why he's there. Yeah, cool, fair enough. Yeah, this guy's on the ball.
Yeah, man, dude, it is a lot to take in, and I've noticed this thing for myself personally. Like, I feel really dumb. I'm like, oh, I'm dumb. I don't get it. Like, people would observe me and be like, he's so dumb. And then like next week, I'll be like, no, more than everybody. Like, it seems like that's kind of how it goes, right? All of a sudden, you just like spike and you got it, and then you carry on.
Yeah, it's good. The more you actually listen to people like Witsit and that, the more you do understand. It's really interesting. And they are interesting topics. I mean, they probably are for us. Maybe other people find it completely boring, but it's definitely interesting. I think my only critique is with Alan when he's reading. Sometimes he's really hard to listen to for me when he's reading, and he's like reading a whole paper or reading a book or something. It's almost like he should maybe pre-read it first and get a really good idea of everything that's going on there, and then read it on camera. That's my only critique of him. But the information that he's reading and his assessment of it and all that's great. When he's talking off the cuff, I find it really easy to listen to him. But when he's actually reading the documents, personally, I find it a bit hard to read, to listen.
Yeah, well, the thing with Alan is like he has each specific, like each specific topic or whatever. He wrote himself an essay. So it's actually what he wrote, and that just because he probably can't recall it all, like maybe like because with it can just be like, bam, like I remember every minutia detail. Here it is, da 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 da, rapid fire, and I think like he has to have the paper written out, like he writes himself the papers, and he's like, oh yeah, and then this and blah blah blah, and then he kind of expounds upon it afterwards. So I get why he does it.
Oh yeah, no, that stuff I think is all right. It's there was one where he was reading a book, and I'm not saying anything bad about Alan here, so don't nobody take it that way. I think the guy's brilliant. He just it's like personally myself. I think that my voice is not an exciting voice to listen to, and when Alan's reading, for me, he doesn't have an exciting voice to listen to. When he's just talking, I can hear him all day, no drama at all. But when he's reading, I find that I've got to actually keep listening,
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's like I remember when I was younger, I had this physics teacher, and he was a physics teacher, and this is how he explained physics to us, and he was really not very fun to listen to, and it was the hardest year of my life. So I think certain people's voices are just, so much easier to listen to. And I don't think my voice is one of them. What time is it for you guys over there? Must be getting late, eh?
No, not for me. I got 6:06 over here, Mountain Time.
Morning or?
In the evening. What time is it there?
11, nearly 12, I think. 11:37 a.m.
And it's the 13th, right?
Yeah, we're a day ahead of you, so it is the 13th, yes.
Yeah, dude, I'm so excited, man. Dude, I really just I'm so excited for everything right now just because, dude, like, there's so much tests and stuff we can do. I think, like, did you see Alan's stuff on the single axis gyro? And he was like, I could only find, tests in the north. Like, you couldn't find any in the south.
Yeah, I think I do remember him saying something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, on I Can Science that. And dude, yeah, yeah, just so much stuff, dude. I'm so excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff coming out. And that's why I say, thank God we got guys like Alan and Whitsett and, Shane St. Pierre's pretty damn good at this stuff too, He's on the ball.
Oh yeah, Shane's fucking his commentary's so good. Dude, yeah, like I don't know, yes, and think about it too, like like we're always like talking about like, oh, what do we gotta do to like, shake people up and get shit to change? Like, dude, we really don't like I don't really think you need to I think I think like once some of the right people like start to look at this stuff, like it's just gonna be I don't know. Like if you could fucking unveil for most people the globe deception, that would be such a paradigm change for so many people. Like, wait, what the fuck? Like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
we're really changing shit up in our lives because this is not working. We're doing things different. You guys suck.
Yeah, 100%. And this is where I find it funny that people, I mean, maybe they don't think that David Weiss does it the right way. And, who does do it the right way? At the end of the day, like, everyone's going to complain about someone. But really, that guy's gone and done, what, over 1,000 interviews now? He's He's got out to channels that no one would have ever got to. He's got to millions of people that no one would have ever got to if he didn't do what he was doing. And you have to give the guy credit for what he's done. Whether you think he's grifting on his app or whatever, I mean, he's probably introduced Flat Earth literally to more people than anyone else. You know, and you got to give credit where it's due. Even if you think he's a shill, you know, like, I don't personally think he is, but other people say they have information showing that he is, but I don't know. He's a pretty shitty shill.
Yeah, dude.
I
I mean, you know,
don't know what your opinion.
they can be whatever they want. People are still gonna, you know, people are gonna, if they're looking, they'll find it. I think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you're looking to do it, you're trying to go ahead, you want to find something out, you want to, you will, you know?
Yeah, for sure. But you know, when it gets introduced to you through certain avenues where you actually got to look at information that you would have never looked at before, you're just believing all the stupid things that you were told. You know, dumb, stupid things like, oh, if you go higher, you would never be able to see further on a flat Earth. Like, how can you be that retarded to think that? Like, that's one that really gets me. Like, oh yeah, but what about, you know, if I'm looking here and when I go higher, I can see further. That can only happen on a globe. Like, have you ever actually thought about that?
Yeah, dude, like the why can't I see everything?
Yeah, why can't I see Mount Everest, etc.? Like, that was one of my first questions on a flat Earth video, and then someone explained to me all the reasons of why you can't see so far, and the only thing that I could say was, okay, fair enough. You know, still didn't mean that the Earth was flat, but everything that person said was legitimate. And how can I honestly, if I'm being honest, how could I sit there and say, oh, you're full of shit? No, everything you said was legit, so they were all legitimate reasons of why we can't see that far. Okay, fair enough. It would be disingenuous of me to deny it. So yeah, when people deny those basic things, it just, I think it's part of why I get really, I don't know how wits and so forth do it. Like, I get really frustrated when people just constantly deny such basic things that we should be able to agree on.
This is childhood trauma. This guy's crying, like he's got to fit in with everybody. Like otherwise, like he has to appeal to the consensus and make himself feel smart. Like when he's talking that whatever that J Tool or whatever that retard's name was, the guy that sits on the easy chair.
Yeah, sorry, man, you broke up a little. You're breaking up for me. I'm not sure if you're after anyone else. Yeah. I'm in an underground car park, so it's probably just me.
Oh, it's probably my internet. Am I still roboting?
No, you're fine there.
Oh, I just was like laughing, kind of, what's it about talking? That debate he did with the guy in the easy chair, J Tool or
Oh
whatever.
God. Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny though. He's like, yeah, this guy just probably has some childhood trauma. He has to, you know, to make himself feel better, he has to appeal to the consensus. Like how he was breaking that down, dying.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that guy was just insane. Like, it was the very first thing that I was saying as well when I was watching that, and that guy's like, "Well, you know, we've done this," and I'm like, or like he's going, "Oh, what experiments do you have?" I have this, and I'm like, "No, dude, you don't have anything. You're just saying what other people have told you. You haven't done any of it. So stop saying I have this and I have that. I went here and I went there." No, you didn't. You didn't do any of it.
Yeah, did you see the video he did, like where he was like had commentary on it, like afterwards?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah,
So good. So this is like, yes, it doesn't really matter. Like they could, I don't know. Yeah, like they could say whatever, but like dude, even the breakdown had like tons of views, like 1,000 comments. I was like, yes, dude. I'm telling, like, dude, it doesn't matter what they do. Like the truth is gonna come out. People are gonna start realizing, like, wait, there's like a
yeah. I think it's kind of a part of why they started releasing things earlier than they would. Like, I think that the C-19 stuff was always going to be happening at some stage, and I think they're like, well, shit, we need something to distract everyone. They're starting to find out too much.
wait. What's the C-19 thing, Plain?
You know, the big V that happened. What's happened over the past 3 years?
Sorry, that was. I got you.
Okay, yeah, like that, and then it's like as well that literally the moment that I saw the Georgia Guidestones got blown up, my first thought was they blew them up because flat earthers kept pointing out that that hole was pointing straight at Polaris, and it had been for the past 40 years. That was my first thought, because I know at that time is when David Weiss started pointing it out, other people started pointing it out for a good 6 months, and then boom, it was gone. Like, why at that point? Why at that time did someone decide to blow it up?
Yeah, dude, it's funny too that the occult, that would kind of indicate that they would have some affinity for the North Star, and um anyhow, that would be kind of interesting to like kind of the discussion Geo and Noah were having earlier today, talking about like what could be in the north, what's over there, buddy. Dude, I
Yeah,
swear, I want to go up to Prudhoe Bay and like launch a fucking drone, like build some fucking drone that can like get some kind of range. Oh man, that would be so cool. Like, bitch, I'm exploring. Leave me alone.
it'd be hard though, because what's the closest part to supposedly where we think the north is? It would still be what, 1 or 2 thousand miles. Got a
And
long freaking way.
I know some Eskimos that fucking get on their boats and go out and do some whaling, fucking up north, dude. Like, about to fucking hit up my boys. Like, let's go, dude. I got a plan.
Yeah, but then what happens? Like, let's say that it is some big toroid whirlpool that's happening in the ocean, and you go out there on a boat, and then you just die and don't come back to tell anyone about it. You just go missing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We could just launch a drone, dude. Like, dude, there's so many
Yeah,
drones. I was looking up today. Like, dude, it's so easy, dude. Like, there's there's these like army. I was like looking it up. There's this army drone. They're like, yeah, army drone, solar powered, flies for 40 days straight. I'm like, fucking sold. I'm like looking at the thing. I'm like, dude, I could totally build that.
I was going to say, how much would that cost? You reckon you could build it?
Shit, dude. I promise you, dude. Anything you put your mind to, like you just got to get the idea. It'll start. It'll start cooking up, dude.
Yeah, true. Yeah, well, that would be awesome, man. Like, same as like the whole airship thing that they're looking into now, and everyone's sort of going on about. It does seem like it was a clear kind of false flag type event to destroy the Hindenburg, just to get rid of airships altogether.
Yeah, dude. That's all that stuff. I know, man. For sure. I feel like I'm on a farm.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, well, we are called chattel, aren't we? That's what they refer to us as.
Yes, but the chattel are waking up. They're not going to the slaughterhouse anymore, boys.
No, it's that meme with the cow. It's it's got the little gate there, left or right, and either one goes towards the slaughterhouse. Doesn't matter which gate you go down, left or right. It doesn't matter which political party you choose, left or right. You're always heading down the slaughterhouse. You just got to get out of that mindset.
For
And I
sure,
think
dude.
flat Earth is the way out of that mindset.
Yeah, dude, proving the Earth is stationary would just like, dude. I mean, it's so obvious. It's already been proven, but yeah. Oh man, it's such a big deal, dude. This whole thing.
Yeah, that's why I like the avenue of how Witchett's saying that. Well, he's going to go down the avenue of, well, let's prove that the Earth is stationary, and then we can talk about the flatness of it later. But let's just prove to everyone that we ain't going nowhere, and we can do that by using all these other people like Robert Bennett and Robert St. Genis and these other like highly educated people who can also demonstrate that we're not moving, and they know they can go through all the science and point out where to go, and give Alan and Witzer even more avenues of what to look at, and let's prove this part, and then we can start talking about, well, what is this realm we live in now? We know it's not moving, and that's like a first step to get the normie person into understanding what's going on.
Yeah, dude, for sure. I mean, I think a big deal. I've noticed, like, I was talking to Eggshells yesterday, and he was like super triggered when we were talking about how you can't explore the South, or you know what I mean. You can't explore the North either. And it was like super triggering. He's like, "Yes, you can. You can buy a $70,000 plane ticket, and they'll drop you off at a sign in the snow out there that says the geographical North or South Pole." And I was like, "Yeah, dude, that's not what we're talking about, dude. Like, I don't know, man. We just got to start like making projects where we're like, wait, why the fuck are you guys not letting us just fly this little drone out here? You know what I mean? Like shit like that.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's gonna happen, bro. Like people are always slow to do stuff, but like we're gonna start doing things, and I really think that we're gonna start doing shit.
Yeah.
And
So that's where you wonder, like, is someone like Eggshells being disingenuous, or is he just really that, and I'm going to use the word, is he really that dumb? Because we're not talking about, oh, can I get a plane flight down, or can I jump on a tour and go do this little trek to somewhere they tell me is the South Pole. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, can I get my own little sled and just go and explore and go as far as I can possibly go to see what the hell's going on? Can I take all the food I need? Can I do everything that I need to do to explore as far as I possibly can? And that you can't. You can't do that. So it's really disingenuous of him to sit there and go, you can get a plane flight. Like that's just, it's ridiculous. And this is what I'm saying. Like, how can we not even just agree on these basic things?
isn't there a fucking like there should be a cruise ship or something that goes around the island, the continent, you know? So like, dude, there's so much stuff where it's just like, yeah, dude, that doesn't make sense. Like to me, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
no, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid.
yeah, yeah. And then it's hilarious that, like, I didn't know this, but how David Weiss has pointed out that when you get those cruise ships that take you from Argentina down to the islands of Antarctica, they take you to Deception Island, which is right next door to Rothschild Island. Like, are you kidding me? They literally take you to Deception Island.
Dude, are you serious?
Like, is that not a slight red flag? I'm being taken to Deception Island and being told that I'm on Antarctica. Oh, that's bizarre.
Debunked, plain flat Earth debunked. I didn't know you could go to hot smoke, bro.
Yeah.
The Rothschilds wave at you.
As you go by, they're just doing the Queen wave.
Yeah, dude, they're just like mooning you from the island, like, or they're on the other side of the island, and it's like that skit. Hey, fuck you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like I've mentioned before. If you watch the actual documentaries on Admiral Byrd when they first went down there, and they took so much equipment with them. They literally had mini tanks like that they went down there with just to go exploring, and they built entire like little cities down there in just no time flat, and they took planes, they took everything. Like, but now we can't even go down there with sled dogs because we might, might damage a plant that could possibly be growing, and it's crazy. Can't damage the ice. Destroy the Amazon, but don't damage the ice.
Well, that part's so funny because they're like, it's a barren wasteland of ice. There's nothing there. It's so harsh conditions, and you're like, well, why can't I explore? Well, because you don't want to mess up the environment. Like, what the fuck?
What environment? The pristine ice, man.
A frozen fucking wasteland? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nothing lives there. You might disturb a rock bacteria. You virus human.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude,
What
human.
What didn't they claim that they found a zombie virus down there or something? Didn't they? Did you see that?
That one that like Russian guy injected himself with or something? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, I'm not sure. I don't know if that's what happened, but I just remember seeing something where it was like some article about a zombie virus found in Antarctica. Like, okay, who believes this shit?
Wow, I gotta look that one up. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, type it in, zombie virus Antarctica. I'm sure something's bound to come up. But like, who's reading some of this stuff and being like, "Oh my god, this is so fucking legit"?
They're just protecting
like,
the zombie virus plane.
yeah. It's like on Facebook scrolling through there, and there's I don't know, one of these future space pages or whatever. Actually, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's like, "Oh, look at this picture of the astronaut. You know, when they were using like the jet backpack, and they were like X amount of distance away from the craft." And I just put forward like, okay, well, this was supposedly technology that they had in 1980. Now, if they had jetpacks that could work in space in 1980, things progress and get better. So why aren't we using them now? Why aren't we using the more advanced version of that now? Why doesn't every astronaut who does a spacewalk have one of those jetpacks on their outfit, like on their spacesuit, to make sure that if for whatever reason they got untethered, they could get back to the spacecraft? Like, it should be something that's well more advanced now. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, that was great, Blaine. Sorry, I'm being invaded by kids again.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, that blows me away. Why don't people think of that? Like, okay, well, hold it. If we had this technology where we could zoom around in space on just like a little backpack, why is that not being still used? Why are we not seeing them out there using those things right now?
Yeah,
Because the technology would have had to have gotten better, not worse. Why stop using it?
Or, dude, the one I realized from the Robert Bennett thing was him talking about, like, well, if you're on a different planet, like, all of, like, the entire sky would be, the stars would be totally different because you're in a whole new perspective. And I was like, oh, that's why whenever you see the fucking photos when they're out in space, there's no fucking stars because they would have to fake all that shit and get the geometry right and blah, blah, blah. So that's why we get these fucking pictures of just a black, empty void, Because it's fucking fake. It's all fake.
But would they be different? Because if you think about it, I mean, we move 5 billion miles every year, supposedly. So what would be the difference of being here on Earth to being on Jupiter? It can't be that different. Because I mean, that's their story: is that the stars are trillions of miles away, and that's why they never change. We've moved. I mean, since the days of the pyramids, even if you just take 5,000 years, we've moved like a quarter of a light year or thereabouts, and nothing's changed. Would it be that different if we were on Venus?
I mean, yeah, I guess, like, according to the heliocentric model, it would. I mean, I don't know. That's according to Bennett. I honestly, dude, it's hard. I mean, I guess it's so slow and it's so far and it's so blah that you don't see anything. I mean, is there, is there a rap about it, I guess?
Yeah. I'm just putting it forward that, like, to me, it seems like, well, if we've moved 5 billion miles and say, I don't know, whatever it is, Jupiter's only like 100 million miles away from us, how different would the stars really look? Because obviously, if we've moved that far and they always look the same, if we were only 100 million miles away from where we are now, how different would they actually look? Maybe slightly. But you would think in the model that they would have to look pretty much the same. But this is just how my brain's working at the moment. I could be completely fucking wrong, of course.
Yeah, no, dude, it makes sense. I get what you're saying. I don't know. I just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just think I think their entire story about it is just a story. You know, it's just completely made up. People just trying to, obviously they're observing stuff and they're just trying to make sense of what they're observing. That's all that's going on. And then they're just disregarding anything that is going against their worldview and making sure that everything they're looking at fits within their worldview and just checking mathematics and going, well, the math works. So there you go. I don't see how just because the math works makes it true.
That's because it definitely doesn't.
Yeah.
Math is not reality.
Yeah. Anyway, I've just been sitting in my car when I should be taking. I've just got involved in so some friends where we're making a. Have you ever heard of CMOS? Like Irish CMOS or Caribbean CMOS?
Yeah, dude, I've heard about that. I heard it's really good for you. What are you doing with that?
We're making a product now. Our company is called CMOS Vibes. So I've just been sitting in the car talking with you when I should have been getting out and delivering this thing of 15 jars of CMOS to a health food store here in South Australia. So yeah, we got a bunch of different ones: energizers, vitality, immune system boosters with different things in them, like burdock and different flavors of organic blueberry powder and stuff like that, lemon myrtle powders and stuff.
It's awesome, man. It feels good when you're working for yourself and doing something that you believe in, huh? It's like a fucking soul cleansing compared to the corporate world.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're just small time at the moment, of course, but we're in like about 10 different shops around our local area now. So slowly building up and looking at sort of now powdering it more and introducing more powdered stuff. We'll mix it with different things. I'm trying to look into how can we get it into the bodybuilding supplement type range. How maybe we can devise a different type of pre-workout type one that would include CMOS as well.
Damn, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that, dude.
Yeah.
One of my buddy's wife, she just started a dog treat business. It was like she was making them out of their kitchen, and I was shocked, man. Like, it was kind of slow going at first, but shit, dude, she was like, she'd just kind of travel around and do like dog shows and just like different events. Like, even some of them were just like, reggae festivals and whatever, but set up her little booth. And you know, I mean, you know, she'd be working during the week or whatever. But I mean, she wasn't doing like insane hours. It was like a, you know, fucking 120-hour a week grind. And man, after like a few years, dude, like she's gotten that shit up to like she's making about 90,000 a year profit after
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
nice.
Yeah, I was impressed. I was like, damn, good job.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I was talking to my my mate as well because we're trying to come up with ideas, and I'm like, well, you know what we should look at getting into is getting this into animal food or like getting an actual animal product, because if we can we've got a company here called Petstock, and Petstock have something like 200 huge stores all around Australia. I'm like, if we could get in with them, because the sea moss is really good for your hair, your skin, your nails, like you name it, it's got benefits for virtually every part of your body. And I'm like, people who have pets are happy to spend money on their pets when they know it's good for them. You know, and I'm like, so if we could get in with somewhere like Petstock, we'd be set. Just that one company alone would be huge. And people spend money on their animals.
Yeah, dude, she was crushing it, man. Like, yeah, she just, yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think if you do something you're passionate about, like, if you're passionate about it and you enjoy it, like, I think a lot of times you just end up being successful because you know what I mean? Because you have all that going for you. It's not just some corporate, you know, fucking Walmart brand.
Yeah, definitely. And the beauty about it is as well that you're providing something that is a benefit to people. You know, like you're making money on something that is a benefit to people. That if people take your product, it's only going to cause them something good. It's not going to be detrimental to them in any way. You know, like we could all get involved in buying shares in, you know, like cigarette companies and all this kind of stuff. You could make money doing all that stuff, but that's not something that I would want to put my money into. You know, like if I was ever famous and McDonald's came to me and said, "Hey, you want to advertise our burgers?" I'd be like, "Go screw yourself. I don't want to be involved with your company. I don't care how much money you offer me. I'm not going to touch it." You know, but offering something to people that is actually beneficial and good for them, I'm happy to do that all day.
Yeah, you know, I've kind of had this idea. I don't know if it sounds stupid or not, so I'll just see what you think. But dude, I think it'd be cool if like if we dude people organized and you know like the truth movement or whatever organized and started up like a fucking publicly traded company that we could put all of our 401ks into, right? Because like you should be able to put your 401k into like wherever. So but yeah, like dude, like we all like I think that would be a cool thing, you know, and I don't know, something like that, and then do some cool, I don't know, some fucking 3D ocean farming, a 3D ocean farming publicly traded company. That would be really dope.
Yeah, there'd be lots of really good ideas that we could do. It's just be a matter of getting everyone on the same page and getting into it. I mean, look at, you know, it's so hard just to get a bunch of people to do anything. You know, it would probably have to start with a few people and then get it kind of running. And then if you need more support and more money, then go from there. Because these things aren't easy to get going. Because I don't know, I think when things get too big, sometimes it gets too hard. If there's too many people's fingers in the pie, there's too many opinions.
Too many chiefs, not
So
enough.
yeah. Because then
Yeah,
everyone wants their idea to work, and maybe everyone's got good ideas, but not everyone's good idea is going to work.
right. I got you. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was better organization from you know kind of our side. You know, with all the like-minded people. We're
yeah. There'd
really
have to
just
be a way of doing it.
there'd have to be what?
There'd have to be a way to do it. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I think about it all the time. I'm always like, damn, dude, I wish like there was something more, like there was more of an organization from us, and like, you know, like all my work and skills could go towards like an actual greater good cause, not just grinding away to send, you know, to have my money robbed for me to go build bombs to rain death showers on brown people.
Man, yeah. It's such a difficult thing. I was listening to Globebusters earlier. Did you? I don't know if you did. You listen to that?
Oh, I don't really pay attention to Globebusters.
Yeah, they had the guys from Space Busters on, and they were talking about basically what is consciousness, and they were going down that avenue of like you know, everything is one, but like they were using an example of it's like being on a massive grid, and all the little squares in the grid are all the individual parts of consciousness, and so forth. And now I've just completely lost my train of thought, so let's just scrap that for a moment. Sorry.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. Well, so like I go down that road and I find it very interesting, but then Steve from Space Busters was kind of going like, oh well, you know, and you know, we can't necessarily just be concentrated in other areas of like, you know, bad things are going on with other people. We just need to make sure that, you know, within our own minds we get set straight and, you know, deal within, because we can only change whatever's within our lives. You know, that's what can happen within our own personal consciousness. We can deal with what's going on within us. We need to change ourselves to change everything else. And it's like, yeah, but that's fantastic. But at the end of the day, you know, people are getting bombed. They are dying. And if we don't at least say something or do whatever the little tiny thing is that we can possibly do, then we're just allowing that to happen. You know, and maybe it's going to happen anyway, which it probably is, but I don't know about you, but if I don't go to a protest and I don't at least try to do something, I don't write some letters to some Congress people or do something, then I've just completely allowed it to happen because I've done nothing about it at all. And if it was my family that was there, I would want someone at least speaking out about it and trying to get the word out and trying to get that word to people to show that what's going on is not right. And we should at least stop from both sides, you know, just stop killing each other, you know. I would want people to be speaking out for my family if I was there. So I think we should all be doing whatever we can possibly do.
Well, I'd
Otherwise,
say
we're just letting it happen. Sorry.
yeah, for sure, dude. Like I totally agree. I mean, at the bottom, you know, I don't know. There's little stuff you could do. Like one thing, I don't know. I did this year is I started my own LLC, and I started my own LLC. So I'm gonna like, I am literally trying to make sure like I have as many write-offs as possible. You know what I mean? Like if Trump can pay no taxes, like I'm sure I can too. You know what I mean? Like I got a food truck and I've dumped a fucking ton of money into it, and you know, like fuck it, dude. Like anything I can do to not pay taxes at this point, like that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sort of more meaning for those people that are, you know, on the bad end of the stick at the moment, living in a part of the world which is, you know, bad stuff's happening to them just because of geography, you know. And just because I live in a part of the world and the geography of the world which is not going through those things, I'm living a privileged life. I just feel if I don't at least say something and, you know, like I'm starting to put together things to go to like our representatives and at least, you know, see if we can get them, because let's just say if one of our representatives we have, you know, like receives 10,000 letters, they're going to have no choice but to speak up and say something within Parliament. It doesn't mean that something's going to happen, but I don't know. I think we've all got to do our own tiny little thing in that way Otherwise, we're just allowing atrocity to happen. And I can't allow that to happen within my own personal psyche, because then within my psyche and within my consciousness, then I'm allowing bad things to happen to other people within their own consciousness. I know I just personally can't. I'm not going to go there and pick up a gun and start fighting, because, you know, like at the end of the day, it's not my fight in that way. I'm not going to solve anything doing that. And maybe I'm not going to solve anything doing what I'm doing, but I can't just sit back and say nothing.
Yeah, man, for sure. I don't know. There's solutions. We're gonna find them. You know, like everybody. I think a lot of people are hell bent on it, and the dumber they act, the more people get hit. You know, like you said, this last 3 years, pretty big debacle. You know.
Yeah, it's waking up a lot of people, but it's also, I don't know, it's also shown the apathy of people as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, dude. Like, I don't know, man. It just doesn't really matter where you're at. Like, everyone's struggling to fucking put food on the table and keep the guns out of their face and their ass in a home.
Yeah, man. Agreed. And that's what they've done to us, isn't it? You know,
Yeah,
they've made the dream.
listeners.
Yeah, they've made the dream so expensive now, and they've got people in such debt that they just don't have time to even speak out about anything.
Yeah, dude, the '60s are over, brother.
Yeah. Anyway, man, I better go and get some shit done. Otherwise, I'm just sitting in my car. Take it easy, brother.
See you playing. Always nice talking with
Yeah,
you,
man.
man. I hope you have a good rest
Yeah,
of your day.
yeah, you too, brother. See ya.
Later. Later.
See you.
Geo, you there? Let's talk about reptilians, dude.
I am here, but I'm eating, so I'm up to listen, but just not really quite at the mic at the moment.
No, yeah, for sure. No, I got to do some chores around the house.
But yeah, let's go reptilian. Well,
Reptiles fucking up the world, brother. Dude, I love that you went there. Like, what is in the north? I mean, it could be. We have no idea. I love that, dude. I was like, just fucking listening to you in North while I was at work, and I was digging it. Noah, I meant Noah. My bad.
yeah, I think there's definitely some keys in the north there. We'll have to unlock.
Hey, Dr. Silly, he's still around?
Yeah, man, I'm here. Professor Silly Questions.
That's it. Sorry, not Dr. Silly.
Dr. Professor PhD.
What made you think of that name?
Dude, was that I was like, because I just came to this space, like just the last few months, and I had seen Witsit debate PhD Tony, the guy that had a PhD in flat, whatever the fuck his title was. And dude, I saw him in Discord and it said PhD Tony. I was like, oh my god, this fucking guy. So I just had to make fun of it when I made my name.
What's your thoughts on the reptilians? I jumped over to YouTube. What's your thoughts on the reptilians?
All right, here's my. I'll tell you. Okay, so this is my thing. This is the reason why It's always been a thing in the back of my head. So I was watching. Like on live TV or whatever. There was like a Bush Senior and Clinton did this, like, I don't know, it was like a fireside chat. It was like right when the Iraq war was kicking off, and they were like, I don't know, they had some chat, right? And dude, Bush's Senior's eyes were like fucking wigging out, dude, in the thing, and I was tripping. I was like, what the fuck, dude? And I was watching it with my family. I'm like looking at them. I'm like, dude, do you guys not see this shit? And then like later I got on the internet and I was like, yo, like people were writing about it on the internet. And there was like, the bootlickers were on there and they're like, he has a, that's whatever, fucking snake glaucoma. And I was like, what the fuck? That's so weird, dude. And like, I was just coming into the conspiracy shit. Like, I was, like researching building 7 and all this shit. Like, I found David. I was like, this guy here to discredit legit, research. And so I just like discarded it. I was like, dude, I'm never looking at this. And I still really, really haven't tried to deep dive into it. But anyhow, dude, so like that shit went down, and then dude, dude, and then I saw like a couple of videos of people like showing like reporters' eyes like freaking out, like turning to a slit, or like doing that weird like eye flip where the color changes, almost looks like their fucking eyeball like flips over or whatever. And then, bro, I swear, dude, this is where it got really weird. Was I was watching what's his name? He was the InfoWar guy at the time. Paul Joseph Watson. I was watching Paul Joseph Watson live. I was like, just his, what rock was, blah blah blah. And dude, I seen like, dude, clear, like I'm watching live in like high def, and I seen that dude's eye. What the fuck? First, the dude was like, okay, I can't talk about it. I can't think about it. That is fucked up. I don't know. I don't know. I've always been interested in kind of like not public or whatever, but I kind of don't care anymore. But yeah, and then next I would say like I was like when I started, like reading about the giants and stuff, and like people's proposed information about that. I found this one guy's channel, and he was, kind of going through some of that information. But what I found was interesting was all of the Native Americans, like the Aztecs and stuff, they all talk about plume, like how America was like the land of the plumed serpent, you know. And I thought that was interesting. And then what else? The plumed serpent, and then yeah, like dude, there's just like all this crazy stuff from like um sorry to monologue so long, but the the Naga, like the Hindu, like that India, they talk about the Naga, and like there's all this like carved sculptures of like these like half snake people coming out of the ground. And then like I even found a statue. I forget what the name of the temple is in Japan, but dude, there's like a straight up like full on like lizard man in samurai armor. And I was just like, dude, that's really weird.
What the
I don't
hell?
know.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, so like I don't know. Like yeah, it's just like it makes me wonder. And then once I realized like, oh, they've been lying, about the globe, that was like, oh, like these could be some like outer or like how we say like out of ponders or whatever. I was like, oh, well, that is interesting. Like, because you could have, I mean, dude, yeah, like if you're a flat earther, you think that they've lied about a globe, and basically, put us in this jail cell. Like, yeah, what the fuck is Pat, on the outside? Like, we don't get to know, we can't explore, like what is out there. So I don't know. Yeah, it's like something I wouldn't just dismiss anymore. I mean, I'd be open to the idea, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. And the other part of it all to me too is just the fact that like, I mean, dude, yeah, like look at the world we live in, dude. Like so much inhumane shit. Like who can fucking organize and like militarily like go out and hurt kids like the world does? Like that to me is like I can't even. I mean, it's just like unprocessable for me. Like I can't imagine that.
Yeah,
So
that's definitely something that seems very inhumane. And it's kind of like, I mean, obviously, if you're seeing pictures and depictions of actual samurai style reptilians, that would suggest that they are physical. But then you also have David Icke's idea of that they're not actually physical, they're more entity. And they're just kind of like, it's almost as if they're mind controlling people as well.
definitely, I don't know. Yeah, like just everything about us, like just the way society is just so backwards and just so fucked up. Like it makes me wonder.
Yeah, but then you also have you, I don't know if I'm going to get it out right. There's that parasite that they say actually can like literally make people react in a more violent type way. Have you seen that? I can't. Oh man, I got so much stuff going on in my head. I looked at so many things, I can't always get them out right. Have you seen that though? There's a parasite that can actually. I don't know if it even comes from cats or some weird shit like that, and it can get into you and into your gut or somewhere along the line, or it infects your brain and starts making you think weird kind of psychopathic thoughts. They say it infests just about everyone.
Yeah, dude, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's very interesting too. Yeah, I mean, there's like mushrooms that like take over ants. They make the ant climb to the top of the tree, so then the mushroom can explode out of their head and spread spores. There's also like
Yeah.
bacteria that get into birds that like make them. I think they drown themselves. I know it makes them go to the water so that bacteria could spread. Yeah, like Yeah, dude, there's definitely like fucking crazy, like, mind control things. I like, or like, parasites that influence behavior. And yeah, brother, like, I mean, I don't know. The one thing I've really kind of realized, or one of the big things I've taken away from everything, is just the fact that, like, if you're like, I've just realized that if I think to myself, oh, dude, fuck, like, I'm not allowed to think that. I mean, it's kind of like the way I would break it down or describe it. But yeah, like a lot of these thoughts or a lot of ideas, it's like we're like innately trained, like you're not allowed to think that. Like that will just get you ostracized. You will have no friends and family. you know. And anyhow, those subjects, those things, I've like kind of been like, wait, what the fuck is that? Like the idea of giants, like that's just like ha ha ha. So it's like, no, there's like a ton of shit that like there's a ton of stuff. Like it's not a laughable thing. Like every Native American talks about it. Like there's endless cultures talking about all this shit. Like the notion that you're just know everything because like somebody, I don't. It's just that it's inconceivable to me. It's just like, no, that is actually really dumb. And
Yeah, I think giants, it does just seem like it's just silly to even deny that there probably was giants, There's so much information for it. But also when it comes down to things like bacteria and that, so I've always had the thoughts of like, how when you say you think to yourself, I'm just not going to eat chocolate anymore. I'm just going to stop eating chocolate or whatever. And then virtually the first thing you think of is like, shit, I need chocolate. Like, you know how you go through those thoughts?
yeah, for sure, man. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
And so
definitely.
then we know that the bacteria that's within our intestines is literally linked to our brain through the vagus nerve. That bacteria, I think, that actually enjoys feeding on chocolate, virtually the moment you say, I'm not going to eat chocolate anymore, that message gets to that bacteria, and that bacteria goes, bullshit, bro. You're not going to stop eating chocolate. And it just sends signals straight back to your brain going, no, you can't do that.
Yeah, man,
It's,
for sure.
the things that are inside us have such an influence on how we behave. I think it's quite bizarre.
Yeah, dude, I definitely agree, man. Yeah, there's a lot of like health stuff that is just kind of discarded as like, oh, that's pseudoscience, and it's like, okay, well, I don't know. Yeah, there's just so much stuff really deep. It's pretty well.
Yeah, like the mind gut connection that we never knew about in the past, but was always talked about. Same as fasting for religious reasons or fasting for health. These were things that were done forever, but always discarded by the science community, and now they're starting to come around.
Yeah, man, that's really true. What I was going to add something cool to that.
Oh, sorry.
No, I forgot what I was going to say. No, not your fault. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, like, dude, like, now I found this Yale professor, and he was talking about glyphosate, and like, he's like, no, like, fucking Roundup is definitely a direct link to autism. And what he was talking about is how your stomach, dude, your stomach doesn't fucking work without these bacteria that the glyphosate kills. So it makes your stomach wall lining, it makes the cells like permeable, like it can get through the wall, your stomach wall. And like, so like unprocessed food is just getting into your bloodstream. And then like, dude, it goes into your brain and wreaks havoc and like lets all this glucose like get in parts of your brain where it shouldn't be, and like all this crazy stuff. And it's like, wow, yeah, like, dude, the bacteria, everything. I mean, it all plays a big role, but like if you were to listen to mainstream science, they're just like, that's not a thing. Your stomach acids, I mean, for a long time they would say your stomach acids kill everything bad, and it's like, no, It's actually completely incorrect. Like, there is a gut biome. Like, you totally need it to be healthy, and before, I mean, yeah, again, like, if you were to talk about that 20 years ago, you'd be a pseudoscience crazy man, you know, but it's not true.
It's kind of like I did a 4.5 day dry fast probably about 4 years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So that's dry fast is no food, no water. And literally the only thing that I wanted to do at that time was meditate. Like all I did was put on Tibetan singing bowl music, and all I wanted to do was meditate. And it's like you literally feel like you have a connection to the gods, and it's through this fasting that created that. So there's definitely something to it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. There's definitely, yeah, I mean, dude, I wouldn't know how to describe it or think about it or explain it, but I would say this, that my friend, like my best friend, got shot. She got shot. She had a bullet like a half inch from her heart. She got shot in the head. She had a bullet in the brain, literally. All this shit, dude. And I don't know, man. I like dry fasted and prayed, and she lived.
Oh, nice. So you've done some dry fasting before. Nice.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
How long did you do that for?
I've done a 3-day dry fast. Dude, I've done some fucking hardcore fasting, bro. Actually,
Yeah, nice.
Not dry fasting though, but dude, I've done some fucking hardcore, like no food fasts, like pretty hardcore. To be honest,
just straight water or including juicing?
Oh, just straight water. Yeah, no, just straight water.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool. How long was the longest?
To be honest, I lost track of the days, but I would say for sure I've done at least twice, 15 days, and then I did a 40-day, like in my opinion, like a biblical fast, where I just ate on Sabbath. So once a week for 40 days.
Very nice, man. Good job. Hard to find many people that have actually done decent fasting.
Yeah,
How
man.
did you feel during those experiences? How did you feel afterwards when you started refeeding? How did you feel your health and stuff was?
Yeah, man. So fasting is really crazy. Like it's so for me, every time I fast, and I've done it a lot. I always get like what I call like the 2-day detox, where you just feel like absolute dog shit. You got the terrible migraine, at least for me, my body. I got the terrible migraine. Yeah, I just feel terrible, and then yeah, it's really weird, right? Because like you got to get, I would say like day 3. Um, and again, this is like with water, but yeah, like day 3 is really weird because then all of a sudden you're not hungry. All you can think about is food before. It's actually even how I quit smoking the first time was like a 15-day fast. And yeah, it was kind of easy to quit smoking because all I could think about was food. But
Yeah.
yeah. So once you get past that first hump, it's like nothing, dude. You could just cruise. Like I could just cruise forever. I felt like, but yeah, like eventually, um, like yeah, I had to, I stopped. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird too. Like I like when I broke every time I broke the fast too, I was like, oh, I could so do this for another, 7 days, 5 days. It would be no big deal. But yeah,
It's amazing how much energy you have while you're doing it as well, isn't it?
yeah, dude. Yeah. You have a ton of energy, and the mental clarity is whack, dude. Like I would, because I kind of have like be doing some technical things, like I don't like dox myself or whatever, but yeah, like or yeah, I'm like doing IT work, and I'm just like bang, 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 like, and I'm talking to people, and my brain's just like the memory recall is insane. I'm just like blah blah, just like riddling off like networking stuff, and yeah, it was pretty interesting. Or it is an interesting thing. Actually, dude, I actually haven't done it in a while, and I've been thinking about doing it again. So maybe I should. Now that we're talking
Yeah,
about it.
it's been a while for me as well. I've been doing kind of like small type ones where I just sort of like eat once a day and just have nothing but juice throughout the entire day. I've been doing some of that sort of thing lately, getting myself back into it, because I spent probably about 3 years, I reckon, like doing a lot of real heavy fasting, lots of fruit fasting, lots of juice fasting, lots of 3 or 4 day water fasts. So I spent probably about 3 years doing like constantly every month I'd do at least a few days.
Yeah, dude. Oh, hey, dude, this one's trippy too, right? Because dude, like for me, like when I do my really long, like 15 days or whatever, um, dude, what tripped me out was I was like, dude, what the fuck am I pooping? Like it's like day 7 and you're still turning. You're like, what in the fuck is going on? That part for me was that. Did you get that too? You're like, I have a lot of poop in me.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes I think also the sometimes juice fasting is also good to do to just help clean you out a bit as well beforehand, because sometimes I've noticed that pure water fasting sometimes can also bind you up a little bit. Have you noticed that, or you were totally cool?
One more time, plane. I got interrupted.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying. Excuse me. I've noticed sometimes that with water fasting, it can actually almost sometimes bind you up a little bit, where maybe you're not pooping. Whereas juice fasting, there's still just enough tiny little bits in there just to clear the bowels out that little bit more. Have you noticed anything like that as well?
Yeah. So, okay, yeah, and this is one I did too. I did this one fast, and I was drinking like detox teas. Yeah, dude, and that was one thing. Yes, yeah. Kind of, I could see that. I mean, I'd never done the juice. The most I would ever do, when fasting is like maybe, at first, like drink a coffee or something. Or maybe drink coffee for a couple days, and I'm like, okay, no, I got to cut this out too, and then cut that. But yeah, definitely. I did some where I did teas. Yeah, specifically. Yeah, just like these crazy teas that already made you poop.
Those detox sort of laxative style teas.
Yeah. Like get some slippery elm in there. Like, oh, let's listen to that. Yeah, yeah. I forgot about the pooping. That's funny. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely.
If you want some really good teas, look up a guy named Dr. Robert Morse. He's got a lot of. He's got a tea called Heal All Tea, which is pretty amazing. And then he's got he's got one called GI Broom, which is fantastic for clearing you out. So they're really good things to do before fasting as well. It's good to do like a bowel cleanse before you fast.
Okay. Hey, that makes me think of a question I actually would want to ask you. Because you're full vegan, right? Did I lose you, Plane?
Yeah, maybe you did. Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay, yeah, you're cutting out there. I'm just curious, like, so one thing I noticed, like, dude, when I'm on carnivore, I am like fucking glowing, dude. Like my skin is all like that looks so healthy. Um, is that the same for you too? Do you get like the like super insane healthy skin when you're as a vegan?
Well, I guess it depends on your diet, because obviously a vegan diet can also consist of just eating nothing but chips all day. That would be called vegan. So if you're eating a full, if you're eating a nice plant-based diet, you're getting plenty of raw foods as well as, I think they generally say probably about 60% of your food should actually be raw. at least 60% should be raw. And that way then you're not overworking your pancreas to produce enzymes, because your food already contains all the enzymes it needs to break it down.
Yeah, yeah.
So I guess it depends on what you're doing. And if you're eating if you're eating a very high raw diet, you're getting a lot of fluids just within your diet anyway. So that's obviously extremely good for your skin. Just depends on the way that you do it.
Yeah, I might, dude, I might try it just to see. I did try vegan, but I didn't really know what I was doing well enough, and I started like fucking almost passing out from it. I just sort of like remember, like going to the store to try to get some refried beans. And I'm like, I'm about to pass out in this aisle.
Yeah, the general thing that I tell people to start with, like when you first go vegan, just don't make sure you're not hungry to start with, because you've got to get used to eating more food, because obviously meat's more calorie dense. So you're used to kind of like eating less to get the same amount of calories, where you do have to eat more when you change to a plant-based diet. I think that's where a lot of people fail. They just think that they can just kind of eat similar amounts of food, and that's not the case. Especially when you first change, you've got to do something to counteract that.
Yeah, yeah, and that's even similar with carnivore. I would say, like, that's what they tell people. Like, hey, like when you're first getting on it, just eat as much as you want. You know what I mean? Like, just make the hunger go away.
And then it's also when you're hungry is when you get cravings.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where you fail. So that's why they're just like eat as much as you want. Yeah, I might try it again. Just I don't know, just to see how because the only time I ever did it, I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing. I was just like, global warming, the environment. I'm gonna eat, or I don't know if that offends you. I don't mean to. I just I
No,
don't think.
you're up.
Okay, but yeah, but at any rate, God, yeah, I was such a normie. Anyhow, but yeah, like, but yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, I should maybe try it again because I just kind of dismissed it after that, and I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing.
Yeah, I would say just do that little bit of research, prepare yourself, make sure you're looking into all the right things. Like if you maybe eat one Brazil nut a day to get your selenium, and like make sure you're doing those little bits and pieces.
Is there somebody like who's a really good who's got like some good content on that you could crash course through? Like who would you suggest?
Shit, I don't know, man. I haven't looked at the vegan content for a long time now.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I just live life, man. I don't know if I'm just someone who can just do it, or if maybe it's going to catch up with me in 10 years. I don't know. But I seem to find the whole eating this way very easy.
Yeah, dude, I'm like I said, I did the dude, I did like I basically did like a smoothie fast. I was literally just drinking like kale, beets, and broccoli, like at least two top like that was like two meals, and then like break down and eat a bread egg or something. But yeah, yeah, it did, dude. Like, yeah, I felt really good when I did that. Now I think about it.
I mean, a good transition sometimes can be like start off vegetarian, so still eat eggs or something like that, and
Yeah, yeah.
then slowly and then take that out. So if you're worried about proteins or anything like that, which it's not normally an issue, if you're worried about that kind of thing, then maybe still eat some eggs and just sort of start adjusting the diet. And as you do it, then just slowly remove those things.
Can you
The
get cholesterol? Where do you get cholesterol from?
Well, you get cholesterol from the foods you eat, right? So your liver makes all the cholesterol you need, And then any extra cholesterol, your liver will make all the extra cholesterol from your sugars, from any fats you have. So, from olive oil, your liver will make cholesterol from olive oil. Your liver makes all the cholesterol your body needs, and then it will produce more cholesterol from the foods you eat. So you don't actually need to eat cholesterol for your body to have cholesterol. That's a complete myth. So even without eating any of the right foods, your liver will produce about, I think, 80% of the cholesterol your body needs. But then when you eat your fats and your sugars and your certain, your carbohydrate sugars and so forth, when you eat those, the liver will produce more cholesterol. It'll produce all your body needs.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I got you. I mean, basically, I had this. My friend, I love how my friend broke it down. He's like, you just got to think about it like this. He's like, your body eats. You eat like, just imagine eating like the Lego castle. Well, your body's gonna break it down into all those little Legos, and then it's gonna use those Legos to make you. So it can pretty much, it uses what it gets and puts it where it needs to. I could kind of see it like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you've got all those right building blocks for everything thrown into your system, your body will do what it needs to do with them. The one thing that people generally get, and that a lot of, I mean, some people may call it a bit of woo or whatever, but from meat, particular type of energy from meat, right? So when animal is killed, it has adrenaline rush through its body, obviously, right? Anything that gets killed has adrenaline rush through it. So you're getting a particular amount of energy also from that adrenaline in the meat. So a lot of the time people can go through a form of withdrawal from stopping eating meat. I think a lot of people that fail don't allow themselves to go through that withdrawal.
Yeah, it's like a detox. I could see that.
Yeah, and they don't see it as a detox. They see it as, oh shit, well, I stopped eating meat and then I felt like shit. So obviously doing this thing is bad for me. But as you know, when you go through a detox, quite often you can feel like crap for a little while and then you feel better.
Yeah, well, you got to give your body time to adapt. It's like the same. Like, dude, when I first started carnivore, like you hit they call it like the keto flu, and bro, let me tell you, I was shitting my gut. I was like, dude, am I gonna die? Like, we're still gonna eat. Like, yeah, dude, like I could see that for sure.
Yeah, it's like the keto thing as well is quite funny to me. Like some people trying to stay on a keto diet forever, which is just insane to me. Even like some people do it vegan, and I'm just like, it's just not healthy to be in the state of ketosis on a permanent basis. It's not what we're designed for. Ketosis is designed for when you have no food, your body can still survive on the fats that it's burning, and then you find food and you go off of ketosis. You're not designed to be in ketosis for long periods of time. Ketosis is a survival technique that we've adapted to.
Yeah, I mean, I could see your point. I mean, being in keto, like for me, dude, staying in keto, I mean, it's you have to have discipline because
All right, man, you're roboting for me. I'm missing a lot of what you're saying. Yeah, I've totally lost you. If that's me or you.
I'm gonna reset my router.
I heard that bit.
Dude, yeah, it's my internet's so annoying right now.
Are you living out of it further?
Yeah, I've just been having issues. So anyhow, I'm trying to get my ISP to replace my drop. I was like looking at it. I was like, oh, they ran fucking RJ6 like fucking 250 feet. Like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Am I still just a robot plane?
Ah, you're sounding good now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's going in and out.
It's kind of funny, I think, when it comes to the whole diet thing, because, like, I mean, I was one of those classic people where, you know, where they go, oh, no, my whole family's eaten way too much meat over my entire life and I can't not eat meat. And it's like, well, that was me. I was the sort of person where I would probably eat, oh my God, I don't know, a kilo of some kind of meat every day, on average. I was definitely one of the biggest meat eaters that I know. And then I just switched. So when people say like, oh, no, I just eat way too much meat, I couldn't do it. And I'm like, well, I doubt that you were any bigger of a meat eater than what I was. I was that person within the family that everyone was like, yeah, just shove all your leftovers to him. So I don't really get when people say that kind of argument. It doesn't really work to me. I don't know if you're talking as well, man. Maybe you're broken up again.
No, I'm listening to you. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think, yeah, dude, that's just some cop out. People can do whatever they want if they just decide they're going to do it.
Yeah. I remember chatting on here one time and someone was saying how like, oh, some dude had been vegan for 20 years and then he was getting unhealthy and he got cancer and he was trying all these things. And then he went to a native Indian tribe and they said, oh, just eat raw meat. And then that healed his cancer. Well, okay, cool. That could be very true. But if we were to go into the statistics of how many people have cured their cancer by eating raw meat and how many people have cured their cancer by going to a completely 100% plant-based diet, it would be like chalk and cheese. You'd be talking millions to a very tiny percentage. The stories of people going to plant-based diets, juicing, fasting, doing all these things, and then curing their cancer or curing their heart disease or curing whatever ailment they have. I mean, you could talk about those stories all day for years. But we probably couldn't discuss that many people who have cured their cancer from eating raw meat. Maybe that's because not many people do it, but it's definitely not something that is touted as being the cure.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I definitely like when I was trying to get my mom to do some of that stuff. And of course, she wouldn't listen, but yeah, I mean, dude, I did a ton of research on that stuff, and I mean, yeah, I read a lot of testimonials about it. I could never get her to do
So,
it.
yeah, unfortunately. It's also why as well, like because I know what people are like, I've had people say to me, oh, I've had a friend who did the juicing thing and they had cancer and it didn't work. And I'm like, well, did they? Like, because we know what people are like. And I've had people sit there and tell me, like, yeah, I tried this, I did everything. And I'm like, no, you didn't. I know you personally. You didn't do anything. You drank 2 juices a day and then said that you did a full juice diet. Like, no, you didn't. You drank 2 juices a day and you ate McDonald's once a week still. Like, I know you weren't doing what you said you were doing, but this is what people are like. People think that because they changed a little bit of something, that they really gave it a go. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen it within our lives where people, they say they did one thing and you can look back and you can go, I know you didn't do that as deeply as what you say you did, whatever that situation be. And maybe a friend said that they went to the gym all the time, and you're like, no, you didn't. You weren't at the gym every day. You're a liar. You went twice a week. But for some reason, to that person, that was going to the gym all the time.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, that's definitely true. Huh. Like your buddies, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. When my mom got cancer, I was trying to like convince her, like, hey, we need to do juicing, blah blah blah, and she was super normie, and she was just like, no. She had this one hippie friend that was like all raw food, vegan, and she's like, well, she got cancer, so, and I was like, okay, well, okay, whatever, like, and who knows? Yeah, it's probably the same thing. Like, what did she, what was she really doing? You know what I mean? Was she still, getting a salad from McDonald's? Like, not really the same thing.
Was she 100% raw vegan? What was she actually having? Like, we don't really know what people are actually doing. So that's why whenever people say to me, oh, well, this person was like this and this happened to them. And I'm like, well, that could be true. Maybe they were 100% dedicated to what they were doing, but maybe they were only 70% dedicated to what they were doing, and 30% of the time wasn't what you think it was. Like, we just don't know.
Yep.
All I know is that when I was 100% raw vegan and predominantly fruitarian, like, it was probably the best that I've ever felt in my life during the time when I was also doing a lot of juicing and fasting. And, without sounding weird, but literally if I passed wind or, took a dump, there was literally no smell. I couldn't believe it. Like, first time it happened to me, I was like, what the hell's going on? And literally I was like that for about a bit over a year. I've followed that really strict, like 100% perfect. And man, I had zero body odor the entire time. Never used deodorant. 100% zero body odor, which was really bizarre. Yeah, like when that happens to you, you think, wow, there's got to be something to this. Why, if I eat that way, do all of a sudden I smell? And if I eat this way, I have no smell at all. Like, not under my armpits, nothing. Didn't matter how much I would train, just zero smell. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. I've never heard that.
Yeah, I don't know if it happens to other people, but that happened to me. Fruit's probably one of the most healing things you can have. So if you look up that Dr. Robert Morse, he has literally cured people of every possible thing you could think of. Like, he's even had, he almost cured, he almost got a, like a C4 quadriplegic walking again. He had a C4 quadriplegic who started then moving his legs again, started getting feeling back in his legs. And then the guy's family interjected, came and took the guy away from him, said, no, you can't be doing this stuff, and got him out of there. And then within a year after that, the guy died.
I know, dude. And hey, you know what? Hold on one second.
Yeah, right.
Dude, you know what? The whole like diet thing is almost like, dude, it's like a big conspiracy all in itself, right? Because like, if you listen to the mainstream, like, they're like, food is not medicine. There's medicine You know what I mean? Like you can't eat carrots and cure. You know what I mean? Like they're like, or that's not a way to heal your body, I should say, or whatever. Um, yeah, and like in a way, dude, like even that is just health. Like health itself is such a big like conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? Like supplements and just so much stuff. Like and just the people that change their lives with it. Um, I mean, shit, dude. Yeah, like even just fasting, like that. There's that cat on Joe Rogan. He's talking about. Um, there's like some place where I want to say it's like they do like a 30-day fast or something, and he's like a doctor, whatever, and just all the testimony. He's like, I've got X amount of people that have healed, after fasting for 30 days at my facility. Just
That
not.
could be. I forget the name of the guy. I used to know all this stuff, but maybe from the True North Health Center. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he's in like
Yeah.
NorCal or something. He's probably Geo's neighbor.
Yeah, I forget the doctors' names, but there's a whole bunch of doctors that run a fasting center, and yeah, they've had just amazing results. I think they've started releasing papers now as well on it.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. Like, and like, I think it's like even like really terrible shit that like they don't. Yeah, dude. Oh man, there's just so much. Just even in the health game, like I seen a bunch of stuff from that like Dr. Brzezinski. Have you seen that guy in
Yeah,
Texas?
yeah, the anti-neoplastons.
Oh, dude. Hey, there's like another one too. Have you heard of Blushwood?
Blushwood, no.
Oh my guy. Oh, I'm gonna hook you up, bro. So there's a tree that's only native to Australia, Blushwood. And dude, it's
Oh,
like the real deal Holyfield. And yeah, in fact, yeah, you could look it up. Blushwood. It's like something, I forget the name of the extract. It has a number, but yeah, like Stanford just recently like made a synthetic version of it. You can only get it for dogs, but oh, dude, just crushing it, and it's from a plant that's only in Australia.
yeah, right. Oh, I wonder whereabouts. I'm in the car at the moment, but I'll have a look later for it. It's the same as like I grow a lot of dandelions as well, because have you seen the research that they've done on dandelion root and dandelion leaves and stuff, with as far as curing cancer or healing cancer, we should maybe say.
No, I haven't heard. Yeah, I've heard about it. I mean, I know
Sorry, you're roboting for me.
but fucking robot. But you're my new internet friend. You got? Am I still robot?
Sorry, man, you're roboting.
Dude, I call these people every day. I'm like, oh, I want to pull my stats. They're garbage.
Yeah, I heard that bit. Yeah, you're back. But yeah, the dandelion root's awesome, man. I grow a lot of dandelion root, or like a lot of dandelion root. I grow a lot of dandelions. They also found as well. There was when the whole past few years thing happened. They showed that dandelion tea actually, I think it had something to do with attaching to some compound in there attached to the ACE2 receptors and prevented the virus from actually attaching to the cells.
No way. That's why, dude. Like, isn't it amazing the abundance in the world?
Sorry, I'm just catching bits and pieces. You're reporting again. I'm not sure if you're talking or if you're trying to sort shit out. Are you back yet? See green around your thing, but I can't hear.
Did that fix it?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. I just was saying, dude, like, how crazy is it? Like, really, like, how abundant and how set up we are, but we're in this system of, like, again, just, I don't know, there's just, like, all this hidden stuff from us, you know what I mean? Like, just even the dandelion root,
And it's these kind of things are everywhere. It's almost like we could say the creator made sure that certain plants and things were put everywhere in the world that would deal with every ailment. It's kind of like I remember I was saying this one time, and I think there were a bunch of Globers here, so they were going, "Oh, sounds like woo," but like when I was going through and doing all that, when I'm doing a lot of growing of my own food, and I'm eating a lot of red, you call them peppers, eating a lot of red peppers and tomatoes and watermelon, which is all summer fruits. They're all summer foods. When I'm eating in a massive abundance of those things, I don't burn in the sun. And they all have lipocene in them, and lipocene protects your skin. They're all summer fruits. Wasn't it interesting that they're summer fruits and they protect you from the sun? And you find that all through nature. Like it's like nature's giving you these things to protect you from what's going on around you. We just don't know it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's so cool, man. It would like to be a normie again.
Yeah, oh God. It's like I was saying, there's a guy named Don Tolman, who's a bit of a health guru, we could call him. And he does a whole talk about where he's showing you these things of like, say, so a capsicum looks like a heart. It has 4 chambers, the same as a heart, and it has all the right things that are extremely good for your heart. A walnut has all the right things that are good for your brain, and it looks like your brain. Celery has 21% silica in it. Well, your bones have 21% silica in them. Your bone celery, when it's fresh, will snap and sounds like a bone snapping. It looks like a bone. It's like nature gave us all these things, and they're all right there in front of us. Carrots are meant to be good for your eyes. Cut a carrot. What does it look like on the inside of it? It looks like an eye.
Oh, dude, that's brilliant.
Yeah, there's so many things. I forget. He rambles off about 20 different sort of fruits and vegetables and shows you the relation of what they look like and the nutrients in them, and then compares them to a body part. And so, oh, that's right. Another one is an avocado. So an avocado is extremely good for a woman's reproductive system, and an avocado has one seed, like one egg of the oh God, it's gone from my brain. What's the woman's thing called again?
Uterus?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a vagina. I don't know all the parts. I never memorized them.
Oh, yeah, it's going on my brain. It'll come out sooner or later. But the part of where a woman's egg grows, right? So ovary. That's it. So the ovaries, you know, it always has that one egg in it at the time, and an avocado looks just like it. Right? And an avocado is very good for a woman's reproductive system. So there's just so many things that nature's just given them to us at the right time when we need them. And it's like I remember watching this other guy. I think it might have been Lou Corona, who's another full-blown health vegan dude. You should look this guy up, Lou Corona. He's about 77 years old now, or 70 years old, and he looks 50. The guy's amazing. He looks so healthy. It's just insane. He's a raw vegan. But he was saying that he was consulting with someone one time, and they had cancer and so forth, and he went to this person's house, and he's like, well, what are you doing? He goes, look, the creator has given you everything you need. You've got dandelions right here in front of your doorstep. This is what you should be using every day. You have it all right here in your garden. It's been given to you. And there were all the weeds, there was like nettle there was dandelion, there was marshmallow, there was what's the other one? God, I forget. There's another classic one as well. That's really good for your liver. It's gone from my brain at the moment. But he's like, look at all these things that you call weeds that are growing in your backyard. These are the things that are going to cure you. This is what you should be eating. You should be juicing this. You should be putting these into smoothies, And it's like literally, it's like the creator went, oh, you've got cancer? Here you go. Here's everything you need at your doorstep.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like making dog food, but yeah, brother, I totally agree, man. And it's like, well, there's a couple things. For carrots, they see, and
Yeah.
and then like,
Sorry,
yeah, dude,
bro, you're roboting big time for me again. Are you back?
still no dice, damn
I got that bit.
it just sucks.
No, man. Sorry, bro, but you're just roboting. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but if you look up Don Tolman, yeah, he's got some really good stuff to do with health. And his son Tyler Tolman lives in Bali, and he's pretty good as well.
Am I back?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I heard that.
Yeah, shit, man.
What's wrong? We got a couple more people maybe jumping on. No, that was roboted, dude. So anyone else can jump in on the conversation if you want to. We can change the subject to whatever someone wants.
No, I'm interested into what you guys are talking about. I'm trying to figure out how to push to talk.
Push to talk? Sorry, what do you mean?
Like changing the audio setting so it's not like always broadcasting, I guess.
Oh, yeah. So you're getting into your own health and stuff as well?
Yeah, I was asking you in chat about the person you mentioned that make his own teas. I thought that was
Oh,
interesting.
sorry, bro. I haven't even looked at the chat. I was driving. So, yeah, I wasn't meaning to ignore. Wasn't meaning to ignore you. Yeah, Dr. Robert Morse. He's actually in Florida. Yeah, he has a lot of his own. He's got his own line. Dr. Morse
Does he have a
Herbal
website
Health
where he
Clinic.
sells his tea?
I think it's called Dr. Morse Herbal Health Clinic, something like that.
Let me try looking it up.
Yeah. Now, I think you actually have to join his website to become a member, which is $10. And the reason that he does that is because if you're a member, then technically, the way that your laws work over in America, if you're a member of a site, then they can give you health advice. Technically, if you're not a member in a way and they're giving you health advice, then that's technically illegal according to the FDA. But
Yeah, I
if you
also
spend it, yeah, when you spend that $10, you get $10 off your first order anyway. So it doesn't really make any difference.
can you type his name in chat? Cause I keep getting this other guy. I'm trying to find him. Fucking Google's not helping. Gotta check the
What
other.
I'll do, I'll just go onto YouTube. I'll find something from him on YouTube, and then I think all his info should be there.
I would appreciate that. Did you see the other question I had asked you?
No, I'll have a look in a moment, bro. Sorry.
No problem. Just trying to. Because I know you guys seem well knowledgeable, and I just want to see what you guys. You're asking for like more sources, and someone was asking for more. I think it was silly questions.
I can find stuff on him here at the moment. I just got to find his page. It's not giving it to me. Okay, here we go. Is this? No, that's one called Only the Best of Dr. Robert Morse. There's a lot of him on this thing called Good Thinking TV, but because I haven't really listened to a lot of his stuff for a while now, so I don't know if maybe he's changed his thing. Just keep flicking through. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's someone who's a bit him personally probably lost his channel because he talks about all the things that he probably shouldn't talk about.
That's what I'm like. That's what I like to hear. My man getting censored. Not good, but he's getting there to the good points.
Yeah, he's oh man, where's I hope his whole channel hasn't been deleted. Like I'm finding lots of stuff from him, but nothing on his channel. There's all like other people's channels. Let me do this because it had a little thing here. Shop Dr. Morse Botanicals. Well, this isn't his direct site, but it's got a lot of his products on there. Yeah. I can post this site because it does have a lot of his products. Yeah, I just posted that. There's another. I'll put this down as well. So these are. I just typed in a few people as well: Tyler Tolman, Don Tolman, Lou Corona. They're good people to look up. There's another guy who calls himself the Life Regenerator.
Did you put it in chat or are you sending me a PM?
No, I just put it in the chat.
Oh,
And
let me
it's
check it.
especially right underneath yours. There was nothing else there. So yeah, the last one, Life Regenerator, that I put down. If you want to know anything about juicing, like that guy has hundreds of videos on juicing. Are you more of a spiritual type person, like, or you know?
Hold on, my bad. I was trying to figure out what chat. I typed in that you sent it
Livestream
because
one. Is that? Maybe I did it on the wrong one. Sorry. It's just the one that it took to. Oh yeah, I think I'm sorry. No, hold it. Here we go.
I think I
Livestream
previously
one.
messaged you somewhere else.
Yep. Sorry. I think I've just. I would just put it in text one chat. Sorry, I didn't realize I put it in the wrong chat.
Yeah, I typed to you in the wrong chat as well.
Yeah.
If you scroll up, I sent you another question about Yakai Awakened. If you heard about this guy before.
Oh no.
He talks about fasting and like herbal stuff, and I think he speaks a lot of true things that you would agree with. I feel like from what I've been
Yeah.
hearing your conversation.
Yeah. Looking at all his little bio that he's got there. Definitely. Yeah. It's been quite a while since I was really digging deep into all that stuff. That's why, like, my brain doesn't remember all of it. It's been probably a good 5 years since I was really digging deep into it.
I hear that, and then when you don't have people to talk to and share your information and have conversation with, it gets hard to remember all the little interesting details that you learn. You know.
Yeah. Yep. Very true.
But yeah, I guess you could say I'm spiritual. I'm not religious or anything like that. So
Yeah. Yeah. I think you'd probably like to listen to some of Dr. Morse's stuff then. If you just type his name, Dr. Robert Morse, into YouTube, he's a sort of older, white-haired gentleman. You'll probably like to listen to some of the things he's got to say. I can't remember who it was, but he talks about all the different levels of heaven and stuff like that. There's I don't even want to say it. There's a whole group of people that he talks to, a particular group who mapped out all the different realms of the heavens and stuff. He's got some really interesting conversations there.
okay.
And like
Yeah, I've heard about
you can
like the
get
seven heavens.
yeah, you can get consults from him and stuff, but on his channel, I mean, he had hundreds of videos where people would just send in like pictures of their eyes and stuff like that, and then he would just sit there for like
Oh,
3 or 4 hours just going through all these different
he's
pictures
one
of
of
people's eyes, and they'd tell him everything that would go on, and then he would just sit there and go and tell them like little bits and pieces what he thinks that they should do, what's going on with them and stuff.
dude. That's cool. That he does. It's called like Iris. I don't know, something like that. It starts with the I.
Yeah,
Like a
iridology.
name. iridology. That's cool. Yeah, I find that shit interesting. I would like to learn something like that just so I can, help the people I can.
Yeah, it's super interesting. But yeah,
Have you,
so you can go into his site and you can buy him stuff, and they'll give you you can get an actual consult with him. But if you've got any issue and you type in, say, Dr. Robert Morse autism or Dr. Robert Morse bowel cancer, you'll probably see like 50 different times where he's talked about it and told people what to do, how to heal from particular things, and that's all for free. Or you can, get a consultation with him.
cool. Have you heard of biomagnetic healing? Like healing
Biomagnetic healing.
with healing with magnets, pretty much.
No.
Yeah, I find that stuff pretty interesting, man. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
done it
that
in the
sounds.
past. Excuse me. Sorry, I've done in the past of like having magnets and stuff like that, in certain areas, in certain pressure points. Yep. If you look in the chat, like I'm putting a couple of names in there: Luke Corona, Life, Regenerator. Yeah, Luke Corona is an interesting one. He's got a juice which he calls Gorilla Juice, and he tells a story about how a friend of his was basically on his deathbed in hospital, and he went and actually he made one of these gorilla juices, and the guy had been out cold for like 2 weeks or something like that, out cold in a
Mm-hmm.
coma, and he put this. He literally connected his gorilla juice and put it into his IV bag. So then, obviously, this guy started getting those nutrients of the gorilla juice through him. Literally within 2 minutes, he snapped out of his coma. And then when the doctors came in and saw what he'd done and disconnected everything, and then the guy was all right for a while and then went back into his coma because the doctors took all that stuff off of him.
Yeah, they depleted him from nutrients.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That sounds cool. Wow.
Yeah. And if you have a look at Luke Corona as well, like I was saying before, the guy's like, I don't know, he's in his 70s now, but he looks just amazing. He's like, looks like he's 50 at the most. He's just full of vitality. Yeah, he's an inspirational man, that's for sure. He owns an enzyme company as well, so they make all their own enzymes and stuff like that. I forget the name of it.
You guys were talking about gut health and stuff like that, and I was learning about how there was like a probiotic company that made like the casings for like the probiotic pill, but they made it a little different, so it was like stronger. So it didn't get dissolved by the stomach acid. So the probiotics can bypass the stomach acid and actually make it to the guts. And like the people that were taking these probiotics with a harder casing were actually like living longer in like a toxic environment than what they should have been. And
Would that have been encased in lipoproteins?
yeah, I'm not too sure. It was like I'd have to find more information on it, but yeah, the
Or
company doesn't like make anymore. But it was talking about. I mentioned that just to bring up the probiotic and like the gut health and how that's like important.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like gut health is everything.
But yeah, how like
You know.
most of the pills and probiotics, they all get like eat up by the stomach acid before they can even, be used.
Hmm. Yeah, I think maybe it's encased in liposomes. I think they call them. And then the liposomes are like a sort of fatty acid type thing or whatever, and it allows it to pass through the gut because you can get liposomal vitamin C as well. And then I think out of 1,000 milligrams, like almost the entire 1,000 milligrams actually passes through and gets into your body. Whereas when you take 1,000 milligram tablet, maybe only 100 milligrams of that at the most, or something like that, gets in anyway.
That's cool. I didn't know about that. Yeah, I was trying to figure out if there was like a company that sells like that product, or is that something that you have to like make yourself?
You can actually make your own liposomal vitamin C and stuff like that. I used to do it at one stage years ago, but I can't remember how to do it now. Because it just has to do with like coating it in like a fatty coating of some sort. I just can't remember how I did it.
Gorilla juice.
Oh, you found it?
No, I was just like thinking about it because it reminded me of there's like this product. It starts with the J. Jamillo soup. Jamillo
Yeah.
soup. It's for like infants or whatever.
Okay.
And I was thinking when you mentioned the gorilla juice, I wanted to know if you heard about that before. It sounds
Yeah.
like I'm gonna share.
Yeah, Lou Corona supplement company is called Purizyme or Puridyme. Yeah, here I'll screenshot this and then I'll just edit it so you can see all the other bullshit. And I'll show you what Lou Corona looks like. So yeah, have a look at this guy. It's a 70-year-old man right there. He's past his 70s.
Wow. He looks like he's like 40, bro.
Yeah, I know, he looks amazing, yeah. And he does a thing. He does like a L sit. So you know what I mean by an L sit, where he literally on his fingertips sits on the ground, goes up onto his fingertips, lifts his butt off the ground, and then lifts his feet up in a V, and he can sit there for like 1 or 2 minutes and just hold that position on his fingertips.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, he tells a story about a guy, one of his mentors, which he went to this guy said, "Oh, come over to my house." So he goes to his place, and his wife is like, "Oh, he's out in the back gardening," and he's like, he's there gardening, no top on. He's all pretty lean and ripped and stuff, And then while he's talking to him, like, they're walking around talking, and then the guy just goes and hangs off a bar, and like this was his mentor, and he just sits there for an hour holding onto this bar, hanging while talking. Later, he found out the guy's actually 75 years old, and he thought he was only about 40. And He goes, literally, he hung off a bar for an hour while we were talking. And that's when he was 40 at the time. And he goes, I thought he was my age. But he was 75 years old. And then that guy started teaching him, this was, it must have been like 30 odd years ago, started teaching him all about enzymes and different things like that. And that's when he then ended up getting involved with different enzyme companies and, changed his whole diet around and just sort of, following this guy's advice.
Yeah, I've been realizing, what you put in you, like, is important. You know what I mean? If you can't control what you put in you, then it's kind of hard to say that you got your life in control when you can't control like what you're putting in yourself. Because if you don't got nothing if you don't got your health, so it's crazy.
Yeah, well, have you ever heard of Kerry Packer? He was an Australian billionaire.
No, I have not.
He's kind of like, you've heard of Rupert Murdoch. He was kind of in that sort of league with Rupert Murdoch as far as like advertising and all that kind of thing. Well, he had heart disease and he died of heart disease. He was only like 70 or something. He wasn't that old. He died of heart disease, and his billions of dollars didn't help him.
Yeah, right.
So,
That's still young for a billionaire. Come on.
yeah, So it's like, if you don't have your health, it doesn't matter how much money you got.
Exactly.
And the funny thing is, whatever people want to think, the only diet that's ever been actually proven to reverse heart disease is a whole foods plant-based diet. Like, that's one thing that has actually literally been scientifically peer review studied. Diet reversed heart disease. And when you think something so simple as that, yet his doctors weren't telling him to do that, or maybe they did and he just didn't give a shit. I don't know. Something as simple as changing your diet could cure you of something, but people don't do it.
Have you heard of like do you grow your own plants and stuff like that?
Yeah, I used to a lot more than I do at the moment, because I've moved out of the house where I had a huge garden. I still own that house, but I'm not really there anymore, and just through circumstances, But it's definitely something that I'm planning on getting back into.
Have you heard of electroculture? Electroculture?
Yeah, it's a big thing that people have been talking about lately. I don't really know much about it though. So yeah, if you know about it, by all means, man, tell us.
No, I just wanted to ask because like everything's based off energy and stuff like that, and the Earth's energy. So it just makes sense, using copper to bring more of that ether energy to the Earth or whatnot, or like help conduct it. It would make sense to like for the plants to grow bigger and shit. And I was just like interested in the idea of like taking that further and like magnetizing like water and using that magnetized water to like plant, to give the plants on top of like the copper added to the garden. I don't have a garden myself. I haven't like, invested too much into it, but I have like I have been plotting my ideas on when I do want to.
Yeah, cool. Do you have like any space where you could grow some food?
No, not yet, man. Not yet.
Have you seen Back to Eden gardening?
I've heard of it, but
No.
that's cool.
Dude,
You got any more?
I just wood chipped my entire yard, dude. Like, I'm gonna go fucking buck wild next year.
Oh yeah, okay. Now it reminds me of what Back to Garden Eden is. True.
Dude, yeah, I
And what?
will send. Sorry, Plane. Go.
Oh no, I was going to say enlighten me, bro. I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, dude. So like, basically, what it is like you don't like. Okay, like if you go into the forest, right, and you look at the ground, it's always covered. It always has a covering. Like it has mulch. It has leaves. And
Mm-hmm.
it's never just bare dirt. And so like the idea is that like all the beneficial bacteria, like all the good stuff thrives when the ground is covered. And so like yeah, so like when you wood chip, the wood chips even start to break down and add nutrients to the soil and like makes like a humus, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So makes complete sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. And so okay, yeah, so like dude, so I went full send, dude. Like I have you heard of Hugel culture?
Yeah, I think so, but again, I don't really know much about it.
So Hugel culture is like it's a German gardening technique where they would bury just like like logs and then branches and then leaves.
Yep, yep.
Okay. Am I roboting?
No,
No, you're
you're
good.
good, man. Yeah, no, you're doing until everything's perfect now.
Yeah, so like okay, so and then have you seen Dave, what's his name? I forget the guy's name, but have you ever heard of melon pits?
Nope.
All right, so there's this guy. His name, David the Good. David the Good. He's this gardener guy. He makes content, and he was talking about how you can compost like meat, eggs, dairy, whatever. And what he does is like, or even like green chicken poo, but he digs holes and then buries the stuff and then plants on top of it. So like the plants have like a buffer of like just regular dirt. And then all the stuff that's buried, like the roots can mine the nutrients out of it. You know what I mean? Like as they see fit. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Can you type this
definitely.
dude's name in chat? I'd like to look into him more. That sounds like it makes sense though.
Yeah. Okay. And then you guys know what biochar is, right?
No,
Biochar.
not familiar.
Okay,
Nope.
so
Go for it.
there's
Sounds like it's something to do with burning.
yeah. Okay, so biochar. So there's this place in South America that has this like super garbage soil that like you can grow nothing in. but but there's like this huge like civilization that probably went to a different pond. I don't know, whatever. They disappeared, right? One of those. But they're like, how was there this giant city? Like, how are they sustaining the people with crops there? And so then they started investigating the soil and they realized, like, oh shit, dude, these people were putting yeah, like basically it's like charcoal in the dirt, and it's called Petroterra, the place. And so what they found out is that charcoal is like amazing like for plant root systems because like it holds on the nutrients, like it's like super poor, like it's just a million things that are awesome, right? So then dude, so I did all of them in my fucking yard. Like I've probably taken out, I'm not even shitting you, like 50 full, like I've got like a 1-ton truck. I probably have 50 truckloads of like spent beer grain, restaurant table scraps and shit, because I like hooked up with some restaurants that saved me the old food off the plates. And dude, I buried all this shit, dude. I put fucking charcoal in there, wood, like I kind of like did all of them, right? Like hugel culture, biochar,
Dude,
trench composting, or like melon pits. And then I wood chipped over everything now. So yeah,
that
dude,
sounds exciting, man. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
can't wait to
Good,
hear the
good.
progress more, man. I want to like keep in tabs with you now. Sounds dope.
yeah, dude. And so last year, or it was really yeah, whatever. Like last year, what I just did the melon pit thing, or no, I did the biochar melon. I did biochar food waste, and then just like some wood, like a little bit of branches and stuff. And dude, my shit was off the chain, dude. Like all these people are come by my house, like, what the fuck? Like, how's your watermelon so big? And like, how, is that a cabbage? Holy shit, like it
Yeah,
was. To that robot.
sorry, I was just yeah, no, you're right. Sorry, I was just going to say, yeah, it's amazing what happens when you're giving food all the right nutrients, like when you give plants all the right nutrients as well. Just so super healthy. They don't get diseases. Bugs don't really bother them.
Have
Yeah,
you
dude.
have you heard of? Okay, go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just was like, yeah. Sorry, I get super excited about gardening, but anyhow, dude, I had no pests, no nothing. I didn't have to spray anything, no fertilizer, nothing, dude. Like my plants were just like freaking on steroids, dude. It was so cool.
Have you heard of magnetizing your water?
Yeah, dude, like makes water wetter, dude. Yeah, dude, that's another one. Yeah, and I did sorry, I just am so excited about this topic. And then dude, yeah, I was making compost teas and I filtered all my water so I got all the all the chlorine and chloramine out of the water. Like I set up like a filter system and like a shallow well pump out of an IBC tote and I watered with just that water and like the rain. Oh man. Yeah, that's one I want to do next year. I want to put magnets on the water line.
Oh yeah, get that vortex energy going through the water.
Yeah, dude. And the other thing is I think it changes something. Yeah, like yeah, you're right, right? Like it changes the water some kind of way that I don't fully understand, but the claim is that it makes water wetter and so the plants can even like it's more available to them.
I'm trying to think of his name. I want to. There's like this guy. He did like a whole study on it, but yeah, like how it energizes like uh it oxygenates the water and it energizes it. Oh, what else? I can put a link in the if you want more information on it. But yeah, I would think that'd be dope. A dope add to like your garden so far, from what you're telling me.
Yeah, no, dude, this is good, dude. I won't forget this. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for next year. I'm gonna add that shit, dude. That's basically I just threw everything at it, like everything I read. I just tried.
That's sweet. That's sweet, man. I'm happy. You're redoing the earth.
Yeah, dude, for sure, dude. And like, um, yeah, and dude, I got a food truck going. So my plan is once I can finally get out of my corporate slavery position, I want to do like a garden to food truck. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that'd
Yeah.
be dope.
Yeah, obviously with me being vegan, I'm not really into the idea, but aquaponics works really well. Have you looked much into that?
Oh hell yeah! I've researched a ton on that. I'm like a plant. I'm like a garden. That's why I'm so excited and monologuing. But yeah, like, yeah, dude, I love all that shit. Biodigesters. That's another cool one.
Biodigesters. Haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll post this stuff in. I'll post all this stuff in the chat so you guys can check it out if you want.
Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah, I just posted some stuff about the electroculture. Electroculture. Yeah, there's like some dude. He did his own uh test where with black magnetic sand, he put in like an old coffee container, black magic sand, and then he put like a glass container in the center and had like 3 inches of this black magnetic sand around the water, and he let it charge for like a week. And he was saying that after drinking this water that he charged, that his gray hairs were turning back to black, and that he was like growing hair when like he had stopped growing hair, and there was like different benefits he had got from it.
Sounds pretty cool, man. There's so much amazing stuff out there. People have figured it out. And some of it's old world that was already known about, and some of it's just being rediscovered, I guess.
Sure.
But, they're showing that all these sort of more organic farming practices are far better than the way that we monocrop things. Better yields, better quality food, just everything is better about it. Just the farmers need to just adjust what they're doing. Am I hot micing at all? Because I'm moving around doing shit.
You can hear a little bit. That's not bad.
Yeah, I'm spending this week at my other house. And I'm going to sort the garden out here, cleaning up in the carport at the moment. I'm going to sort all my garden out and start planting some stuff for this year, for the summer veggies. But it's all a bit of a mess at the moment because nobody lives here.
You gotta do what you gotta do. That's what I gotta say for that. But yeah, try using like structured magnetized water to like grow plants as naturally as you could. I would like to hope to see like those plants one day on like stores, or just to see like the growth and the process of those plants, and like how they yield and how much properties they could give to someone being magnetized and growing in like a fertile soil that he was like talking about. I could just imagine the fruit and food growing on that land.
Oh man, he's going to have the best food. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, because most of like the dirt and all that stuff is depleted of nutrients, so food can't even flourish and be as great as it should be.
Yeah, it's like the first couple of years that I had my garden going, it was just insane. It was just so good. I think I had about 4 or 5 cherry tomato plants in one year, and I must have got 2,000 cherry tomatoes at least. It just kept going. There were just thousands of them. It was ridiculous. Good ridiculous, but ridiculous.
Have you heard of John Ellis water?
No.
Right here. posts about it. Apparently, this guy, there's like this process, a machine he runs his water through, which gives his water the ability to be like radiation resistant. And he like has like some video where he like tested out. But if you can use that on the water, unstructured water, and like you know what I mean, make the plants some type of like resistance to radiation, that'd be dope.
Yeah, I was watching something the other day that was about radiation as well, and showing how that radiation isn't as bad as what they are suggesting. It's to do with radium and stuff like that. I just can't, yeah, I think I was just listening to it while I was doing other stuff, so I wasn't really paying attention to it properly.
Have you heard of Victor Schauberger?
Yeah, I've watched a little bit of his stuff, but I've never really studied into it.
I
But all that
posted
stuff
a
that he was
little
doing with water.
documentary about him. It's a good, if you got some time, you can learn some stuff about water.
Is that one a few years old now, or is it a new one?
It's a few years old now.
Yeah, possibly I've seen that one, and yeah, because that may have been from when I was looking into it. It's probably about 7 or 8 years ago. I saw all
Uh,
his stuff, and yeah, it's just amazing. Like when he's got those little vortex things, whatever they are, and they're like going upstream.
yup, and how he used to like move logs more efficiently back in the day than nowadays.
Oh yeah, no, I don't remember that bit. I'll give it a watch though. I'm always looking for new cool stuff to look at again.
No, I appreciate the stuff that you shared too, because man, you guys were talking about some pretty dope stuff, and I had to come join the Discord because I was originally listening on YouTube. I was like, man, I have to come up. I have to come ask.
Yeah, I do that as well. Just jump on YouTube to start with, see what everyone's talking about, and then be like, oh yeah, I'm going to join in there.
Yeah, I just posted some more videos about how magnets help plant growth and some super garden info. Oh shit.
Is that like, does it have to do with also putting the magnets in the water and stuff?
Nah. No, this is different. This is different. Yeah.
Dude, so the last thing I posted, it's from Dr. Charles Yarish. And dude, he just talks about 3D ocean farming in that. And dude, that shit is so cool, man. Like if you guys haven't checked it out, like I mean, it's just mind blowing, dude. Like literally it could completely heal our oceans. And like you're totally blocked from doing it. Like you're not allowed to. Like
Wait,
what is it?
in that last video you sent, it shows how the dude was talking about how he could cure oceans and like cure like acidified water and shit like that.
Yeah,
Is
dude,
that what
it's
you're telling me?
yes, dude, yeah, it's so dope,
That's
bro.
dope as hell. Yeah, that what the heck? I'm
Yeah,
watching it. I'm saving it.
dude, it's so dope, bro. Like it's literally like how to heal the oceans and feed everybody like endlessly, dude. Like there's literally so much food from it um cuz you can grow like edible kelp and like it dude, like it's so good for you. It
Yeah,
has like
like the sea. Yeah, I get you.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
it's
we can't have that, bro. You can't go around healing the world and doing good for people.
No, no, no,
You,
we can't have that.
you're like a heretic, dude. What's going on?
Could you imagine, dude? Like instead of sending $1 trillion for death showers on brown people, like they were like, "Hey, why don't we like fix the oceans? Because I bet $1 trillion would grow a lot of fucking kelp, dude."
Definitely, 100%. It's like with the way that they're talking about overfishing and so forth, which is definitely does seem to be a thing. Like we are definitely overfishing the oceans, and with what do they call it? The one where they drag net at the bottom of the ocean. The practices that we use are just insane. They've actually worked out that it would be better off for them to pay fishermen to not fish for about 20 years or so. When they work out the economic cost of what overfishing is doing to the earth and to the oceans, it would actually be cheaper to pay the fishermen to not fish than to have them keep fishing and just let so you can just let the oceans replenish for 20 years or so.
Well, dude, what's crazy, bro? Like what they don't. So I used to live in Alaska, and so like I know a bunch of commercial fishermen, and dude, like what they do, like, dude, it's fucking wild, bro. So um, like the guys are telling me about like they're like, yeah, like if we fucking pursed up and like we like basically they're telling me about like pursing up that they set a net, right, and then they pull it in like seining the seiners, and they pull the nets in, dude, and like it'll be like the wrong fish that they weren't supposed to get, and when they stain in fish, it fucking kills them. But they're not allowed to keep it, so they just have to throw all these fucking like 60% of the purse is dead, and they just have to throw it back in the fucking water, bro, because it's like they're like, oh nope, you're not allowed to have that. You got to throw it back. Well, fuck, you just killed like 60% of them instead of just being like, okay, you guys are done for the year or whatever, and yarding them up and taking them to market. They have to throw them back in. Like,
Yeah, it's fucked up.
yeah, dude.
That when it comes to fish, so like when it comes to animals, we know like, okay, yeah, we kill about 7 billion cows per year, right? But when it comes to the ocean, they don't count it in how many fish they catch. They count it all in per ton. And it's like 2 trillion tons or something ridiculous, or it's like, I don't know, it's just some insane number of how much stuff we take out of the ocean like every year. And
How much garbage we put back.
Well, yeah. And without using the word sustainable in the Agenda 2030 way, but we all understand that taking out trillions of tons of fish from the ocean every year just is not sustainable. We can't keep doing that. It's just destroying the ecosystem.
Yeah, it makes sense though.
Yeah, it's just not a good practice,
Yeah, so dude, that's the whole thing about this 3D ocean farming. So like the fishermen could switch to this and still make fucking boatloads of cash, dude. And like the thing is like so like the to bolster the fish population, you need reefs, right? Like the reason why reefs bolster the fish population is because the little baby fish have places to hide. Because like the big fish eat the little fish, right? So
yeah,
that's another thing, dude, about this 3D ocean farming is you're making an artificial reef. And the little baby, it bolsters the fish population because there's all these little baby fish that can fucking hide and get big and grow and make more baby fish. You know what I mean? And like, so yeah, dude, like it's literally like a total solution. Like, dude, like on every facet. So like the tributaries that have too much nitrogens and stuff from the runoff from in the land, when they go into the ocean, they make these huge phytoplankton blooms that there's nothing to eat them, so they fucking die. They go to the bottom of the ocean, and then the decaying chemical reaction is it eats an oxygen out of the water. So that's what makes these huge dead zones of unoxygenated water. Well, guess what? Like the kelp eats those nitrogens. It uses it to grow, and it oxygenates the water. Like, dude, it's the fucking solution, dude. And we're not. Nobody knows about it. You're not allowed to to do it. I've like tried to get permits for it. I could go on and on about this, but dude, it's fucking.
That sounds dope. You actually try to get permits to like do that shit.
Yeah, dude, I had like in fact
Where do you get seeds and like how do you get like obtained this plant to do it? To do like gorilla. Have you heard about gorilla planting?
yeah, dude. Oh yeah, you could totally do it. It's
Or
super easy. So like to get the seeds, okay, so like when you look at kelp, you'll see like the leaf of a kelp, right? And like the outside of it will be green and then well, you know, as the season progresses, and then the inside, like the inner band of the leaf turns brown. Well, that's all the fucking seaweed spores. It's like it's almost like a fungus. Coming in here doing kung fu.
like a
Hold on.
dandelion, like it just like spreads and plants like pretty quick or what?
Dude, yeah, so it's so fucking easy, bro. You just basically set up an aquarium. You get a couple of these leaves, right? You basically set up an aquarium, you put the leaves in there and like the seaweed leaves, and then you literally just get like it's literally just a cord of string, okay? And so like you put them on these like PVC tubes, you wrap string around the PVC tube, you put the leaf in and then the leaf spreads its spores in the tank and it's basically you have all this string with seaweed seeds on it and then dude you drop fucking you drop shoring or I'm forgetting all my terms but at any rate like you drop the block down to the ocean floor. It has a buoy. The buoy goes up so it has a line connected to the anchor and then you run rope across it, right? Like a clothesline. And then as you set up the clothesline, right, in the water, you put the PVC tube over the rope. And so as you string out the rope, the string with all the seeds spirals around the rope. And then and then the seaweed attaches what's called for the seaweed plant, it's called a fast, and it fastens to the rope, and then bang, you have these huge long line runs of seaweed growing. It's super easy, dude.
Bro, you sound like you did it before.
Dude, yeah.
Make a
So like,
video.
yeah.
And so then basically all the seaweed growing creates an environment for the fish as well to live in.
It oxygenates and cleans the water. It makes an artificial reef for baby fish. And then additionally you can hang you can do a whole tiered system of shellfish, like all these different tiers of shellfish because like the shellfish want different layers of water, like different depths to grow in, and you can literally layer it all the way down to the floor. You can have clam backs at the floor, like oh dude, yeah, it's so dope. Oh, and all the shellfish, dude, like a fucking Pacific clam, dude. Like it's like they filter like 60 gallons of water a day. Which yeah, it's the ocean, blah blah blah. Like that's the drop in a bucket. But no, dude, like it does matter. Like it is cleaning it. It is good, and it is food.
You got any more information? Oh yeah, you sent that video. That shit sounds dope. The seaweed stuff, man. If I lived by the ocean, I would do that. And I live by the Great Lakes. I'm over here in Illinois, and I would do that. I would do that, man.
Yeah, dude. Like so, it's wild though. Like they've made it impossible to do with all the bureaucracy. So like I literally had I was leaving all these messages with the Department of Agriculture in Oregon because that's where I wanted to set up, uh, and dude, like literally the head of the Department of Agriculture like contacted me and he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I was like, I explained it to him and like I gave him Yarsh's stuff, and he was like, "Wow, that's badass." He's like, "Man," he's like, "That's so cool." He's like, "I'd give you a permit today to do this." He's like, "But I hate to tell you, brother." He's like, "It's impossible to do." And I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Dude, you're talking like 8 off the top of my head, 8 you're gonna have to get permission from." He's like, "It's never gonna happen." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh no, the power of the people. I think that can make anything happen. So yeah, man, research flat Earth. Whoever's listening.
Yeah, man, we definitely like we're so set up to fail and have scarcity and just bullshit, man. It's wild. I honestly like when you look at any subject in depth, like I don't know how you could just be a normie at this point. There's too much info out there now, you know?
Definitely, man. You got the whole internet at our fingertips, and it's like people choose to be ignorant. They're indoctrinated. But yeah, all we can do is, try to make a self-sustainable community that can grow food and heal, heal in a level where it brings everyone together.
Yeah, 100%, man. Like I really do that. Something's got to give, dude. Like I don't know, people need to start organizing and building communities because what we're doing now is just I mean it's just a joke, dude. It's a total prison. I always say that, but it really is, dude. Like
We all say that. I'm pretty sure.
for sure.
Until we like get ourselves in a better position where we making it feel more like a heaven, then more people, it's gonna feel like a hell.
Yeah, man, that's true.
Like you said, man, just like with the knowledge out there, that gift alone can like heal the world, but no one wants to take action.
You know, dude, like honestly, dude, I really think I mean everybody kind of has their own reasons to do stuff or whatever, but I don't know, we'll see, dude, like as the generations come up. I mean, more and more people are becoming awake and they're having kids and those kids are like hip to what's going on and knowing, the alternatives to the matrix we've been presented with. And, I mean, nothing's going to happen overnight. It's going to take generations to get us out of this, I think. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am. Maybe there will be a large reckoning, and people will break free and quit participating and make their own systems that actually are, you know, make their own systems that actually are pro-human, not this anti-human, uh, fucking reptilian bullshit or whatever we got going on now.
Yeah, if people just start taking action and like documenting things so our kids can better learn it, because our history has been changed and miscrewed, and it's all about how we can preserve that knowledge that's going to help them in the end. Because with the government and the knowledge that's accessed now, it's not getting much people nowhere because everyone's so short-minded that, you know what I mean.
Yeah, man. And you know what, dude? It just takes like, the right people getting interested. And I mean, dude, yeah, it's all about influence. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing they're scared about the most. That's why they got to censor us and like put disinformationists out there and all kinds of bullshit. Because, dude, it's all about the influence. People, once they, I don't know, like, yeah, like, uh, I think that I don't know. I think something's got to give, man. There's got to be some equilibrium to all of this. We've been like just in bondage for so long. Like there's got to be like for every action there's a reaction. You know what I mean? And there's got to be.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that reaction's too far away. Like, I believe that something like that can be discovered, like, within everyone's, like, household, or, like, within where they're living at. Everyone can take action that can make a change, but it's all about being aware and not being scared, knowing that, everyone's here for each other, because no one likes that system. That sense of community, man. What's gonna give is gonna be Project Bluebeam. And that's when everyone's gonna fall for the big deception.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, dude. The thing is I feel like we're in the Great Deception, dude. Like, just like
Oh
the shape.
yeah,
Yeah, like the shape of the Earth. What is medicine? Like, what? I mean, dude, like, it's
the
just,
Matrix. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, maybe. I mean, they still got some cards to play. They still got some moves. They still got, obviously, we're still playing chess or whatever, but,
They
I
haven't
don't know.
made us to the robot slaves yet. That's what's happening.
Not everybody could be a robot polisher.
They want to biohack us, but I can't. We can't talk too much about that on here. Biohackers control us.
Like, one thing, I don't know, that's interesting to think about is, like, when you study like like for example the Petra Terra, or some people call it Preta Terra or whatever, but like, dude, that was like this massive civilization that just disappeared. They're like, where did they go?
Ontario or whatever.
Yeah, maybe they're like, fuck you, we're out of here. Like, took off. Who knows? Maybe maybe there will be like I don't know, a solution for us. Because I am super sick of the pain, like participating in a system that just bombs brown people. Like, I'm really over it. It's just stupid.
Yeah, for sure, man. The Israelites. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the melanating uh harvesting system. It's just like harvest melanin.
What's that?
I said I'm not into the melanin harvesting system.
Okay. Well, I'm not aware of it. Like, can you fill
The
me in?
pigment, I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but like the pigment that makes like you black or whatever. What is it called?
Oh yeah, melanin. Okay.
Yeah, melanin. That's like it's like really really wanting, bro. It's like more than gold, like a gram of melanin. They use it in computer chips. They use it like in a lot of technology and just yeah, and a lot of things, man.
Really? I didn't know that. And where are they getting it from? Like, who knows? Huh?
They're
They're like,
getting
oh,
it from
they're one of them abortion clinics over there, and that's terrible, man. That's the thing.
yeah, blueberries and blackberries. They have melanin in them too, as well. If you didn't know that, they like produce their own type of like melanin. But yeah, like melanin is like the substance that's wanted. It holds like an electrical charge. Good. I think that's part of the reason why they use it in computers. Um,
Well, they wouldn't get any out of me or my kin. I'm like clear.
but yeah, I think that's part of their whole agenda too on like black people and shit.
I mean, dude, yeah, it's definitely like to me. I mean, like, did you see that clip of like that some fucking blue blood granny, and she's like, she does this Freudian slip. She's like, but she's talking about evolution. She's like, we're the first species to understand evolution and see it happening and blah blah blah. And then she's like, we know how like the food affects us and we eat the babies. I was like, whoa, that was a Freudian slip.
You eat the babies.
Like, yeah, you and your like whoever else is in that palace. Dude, I really trip out on that thing a little bit. Like, I try not to talk about it, but yeah, whatever. Who knows what's floating, what's cruising around this realm?
Sorry, where are we going to now? My phone died.
And I don't think I'm roboting. Like, I'm legit right
No, you've
now.
been doing good, man. The audio's been good for you.
Welcome back, plane. Did you get what you needed done?
Well, yeah, some of it. And then my phone just died, so that's why I dropped off. And now I've got to go do a school pickup. So I'll just chat while I'm driving in the car. Yeah, like I've got a second house, which is sort of basically my house, and then I've got a house with a now ex-fiance, which I still stay at because I help her raise her child, my stepson. And I'm just cleaning this house up so I can get it, start growing food and stuff again. I run my martial art classes out of here.
That's
That
sick, dude.
sounds cool, man.
Yeah, so now I'm just cleaning it up because if I find some photos later, when I stop, I'll post some photos of how the garden was back in the day. I'm just gonna try and get it back to that. Oops, sorry, I might be hot miking some beeping while I'm reversing. Yeah, the garden was pretty good back in the day when it had it all going.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll drop some pics of mine, dude. Yeah, let's see what you guys think.
How big's your property?
Probably like maybe like a fifth of an acre or something. I don't know what that would be in a hectare.
Oh, okay, all right. So you're talking, what, about 2,000 square feet? You guys go in square feet, don't you? There in America.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably. Hold on, let me think about it for a minute. I mean, I've got the biggest yard because I'm a corner lot. So
Oh, nice. It's always good to have the corner.
yeah, dude, it's pretty cool. Shit, I don't know. Yeah, it's. I'm guessing like a fifth of an acre. Hold on, I'll look that. So maybe 809 square meters.
Sorry, I just came back in. Yours is 809 square meters.
Yeah, yeah. That's my guess.
That's pretty good. Yeah, mine is basically right on 800 as well. So yeah, it's a decent sized block.
Yeah, dude, like it's definitely like it's pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I had way more food than I could eat. Like I probably grew like I don't know, hundreds of pounds of like two different eggplants, fucking tomatoes, watermelons, pumpkins, cucumbers. I planted I on my fence since I have the corner lot, I have like a chain link fence that goes around and I put like vine plants and beans on the fence. What else did I do? Yeah, I tried to plant some. I got some blackberry and grape cuttings, but they all died. My ground is
Sounds awesome.
super. Yeah, and my ground is super garbage. It's like red clay caliche. Like it's not very good for growing. But I mean, my garden did awesome because all the stuff I did.
Yeah, I was
You know,
gonna
I
say
guess
with
yeah, if you just keep
with
sorry, mate, go.
no, go ahead. I was just gonna
I
make
was
it.
just going to say if you keep doing what you're doing, you'll turn that soil good.
Oh yeah, dude. No, it's gonna be like, dude. I'm telling you, I literally got a mini excavator. I got a mini excavator and trench, dude. Like, what, dude? Yeah, there's probably like I don't even know, maybe like 10 trees buried now. Like, dude.
You write all that off on your LLC you just got, huh?
Yeah, bro, for sure. I know. Yeah, everything I spend now. It's like, yep, LLC. It's a business. I'm broke as shit. Business expense.
Yeah, I
I
hear you, bro. That's something I want to do in the future, though.
Yeah, dude, and you know what's sick about the food truck is even my food I can write off because I could say, oh yeah, that's R&D. I'm trying to figure out how to cook stuff.
Yeah. Well, and also any cleaning products. You got to clean your truck.
My gas, my food. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what I buy. Like, yeah, I literally, yep. Oh, that computer part, that's for, so I could build a website.
Yeah. And you probably even put going out to dinner as R&D as well.
Just researching the competition over here.
And some new flavor ideas. So with your soil being so so clayey, is the idea of maybe even getting some sand and digging some sand in? Would that work, or is that no good?
Yeah, no, that's totally, yeah, that's like the standard, suggestion is to, add sand. But I chose to just do the wood and the wood, the charcoal, the food, and then just plant on top of it with just you know, it's like I put about 10 inches of the clay on top. So, so yeah, that's what I've been doing, and it seems to be working pretty good. I even one thing I noticed too. So you can hunt for worms. I don't know if you guys know about this, but so like you could if you go to like the park or whatever where there's like grass and stuff, and you go there at night, like because usually they water at night. You can go fucking worm hunting because all the worms come up after they water, and so I'll go out there and just like fucking hunt down worms at night sometimes. And I filled, I put them in the garden as well. And I've dug up some of because dude, like I buried like 5 pounds of sausage and then planted a pumpkin on top of it. And like when I dig stuff up, dude, it's just full of worms. And yeah, it's pretty wild.
You can get beneficial bacteria sprays as well that put good bacteria into your soil as well.
Yeah, Blaine, I do that too, man. So yeah, like you can get these laundry bags. Like I don't know, I can't really remember. I think you could just like Google laundry bags, but they're just these mesh net bags, and that I think like people put like their socks or underwear or I don't know. I don't really know what the purpose of it really was initially intended for, but it's like a nylon bag. And dude, I was filling mine up with spent beer grain. So like I would get trays like just like pie or like a cookie sheet, and I would like line it with the beer grain, and like I'd put them in my crawl space. So I try to get like some kind of like some fungi, and then and I built this like I bought like an air pump, and I dropped the bag in my IBC tote, and I just let it. I dropped my air pump. I just made like one out of like some PVC, this little stick that has holes drilled into it, and it just sits there and bubbles my IBC tote with these laundry bags full of this like fermented beer grain. And yeah, dude, I was spraying that on my plants.
Yeah, cool. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, and that's almost actually similar to the bio. If you look at that, forget what the company is here. Um, so,
How
oh,
big an area have you done that to?
like the whole fucking yard, bro. Like literally, I
Oh,
was
right.
like,
Oh, shit, nice.
yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, and I was hand trenching this shit, dude. It was so funny. Everybody was like driving by my house, just looking at me like a fucking alien. Because I'm like out there, just like, oh, with my pickaxe and my shovel, just like, what the fuck is this guy doing, dude? And like, dude, when I first started, yeah, dude, everyone's looking at me like, I was even talking to the neighbors, like, yeah, we thought you were crazy, but then we saw your garden. That was pretty cool. But yeah, but like, yeah,
I gotta encourage your neighbors to do it as well. Get them to stick some extra fruit trees and stuff like that in, and then you got even more room to grow.
well, dude, what's cool? Like when you're a gardener, so like all the fucking gardeners in the neighborhood were like driving by. They're like, "Oh shit, dude, what do you got?" And like, "Oh shit, you got any okra?" I'm like, "Oh no, I didn't have any okra this year." Oh, well, I didn't have like I didn't have pickled cucumbers or whatever, and we're like trading stuff. And I was already like, "Oh, dude, these people are gonna be my like food truck." Like you know what I mean? Like, we're gonna link up later. I'm like thinking that in my head the whole.
Sure, like, even just imagine if everyone in your neighborhood just put one fruit tree in their front yard and just said to everyone, just by all means, help yourself. Imagine like 30 or 40 people having even one or two fruit trees. Everyone just puts a different fruit tree in, you
In
know?
Hawaii, it's illegal to like grow fruit trees. Like you can't have like fruit trees on public lands and shit.
On your own land.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. You
What?
can't have they don't. That's exactly what they don't want to happen.
Do they have a specific reason that they say for that?
Well, I don't know. It's part of their like not their homeless agenda. They're like not feeding the homeless.
And see, this is where
That's where
this
it
is
really
where
all
we
comes down to. I mean, I could
yeah
find the like bullshit reasoning, but
yeah this is where we fail as a society, because at the end of the day, everyone should really be like, screw you. Like, you can't tell me that I can't put a fruit tree in my house. You know what I mean? Like, if everyone just said screw you and planted a fruit tree, what are they going to do? It should be
I
their
know,
own
right?
personal like protest. Like everyone just put a fruit tree in. Are they going to do? Fine everyone, clog the entire judicial system? Like, can't take everyone to court when they don't pay the fines.
Oh, dude, here's a good one. The state of Colorado, they own the fucking Skywater. So, like, dude, and I love this because I'll have bootlickers tell me, like, no, that's not true. You can get rainwater. Oh, can you? Oh, let's really look at it. So, okay, so first of all, yes, it was illegal. And then people are like, wait, what the fuck? Like, you can't collect rainwater? That's crazy. And so then they're like, oh, okay, you can. But dude, guess what? You can only collect like 90 gallons, bro. If you're caught with more than 90 gallons of rainwater, you're out of fucking, like, bro, how fucking wild is that? Own the
See,
fucking sky.
it's like the one thing that we did here in Australia. They were going to tax people for having rainwater tanks, and everyone just went, "We ain't paying that tax. Go screw yourself." And then they just abolished the idea.
Yeah.
That's why I say, when people actually stand up to them, there's nothing they can do. The whole story of like, yeah, well, they are the 1%, we're the 99%, is 100% true. There's nothing they can do when we all sit back and say, we're not going to go by your rules. And something
Exactly.
like, you can't collect rainwater on my roof. My general consensus to that is, fuck you. Where do you
Yeah.
get off saying that?
We did have the Bundy Ranch. Do you guys remember that?
The what, sorry?
The Bundy Ranch. Do you guys remember the Bundy Ranch?
Yeah, remind me. I do know about it, but remind me.
Yeah. So like the guy had he had a lease, or it was like, I forget exactly like all the legalities of it, but they ended up winning in court later. But yeah, like the government tried to confiscate their cows, and like all these like militias showed up with their guns and were like, "Fuck you, our
Oh, I think I heard that.
Yeah, that was about 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago,
dude." It's been like, I think it's like 7 years
maybe
or
5.
something.
Oh, is it that long ago? Yeah, right. Yeah,
But
yeah, I
yeah,
remember that one now.
I thought, like, I was listening to some of the interviews of the guys, and they're like talking to the cops, and they're like, we got snipers in place, and the guy was like, yeah, our snipers know where they're at. It's like, oh, that's epic.
Yeah.
For real.
It's ridiculous as well. For what? See, this is what makes me so angry about people in general. It's like I'm saying, like if everyone just stood up and said, no, you can't stop growing food in my house. Like, just go away. Nothing they can do. Like, as a society, we just don't stick up for each other enough. So frustrating. We don't look after our neighbor enough. When it's like what was the classic? First they came for these people and I did nothing, and then they came for these guys and they did nothing. Then they came for them and I did nothing, and then eventually they came for me. It's like we all just do nothing, and then eventually they come for us, and there's no one there to help you.
I hear that. That's facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
you know, like
Everyone has this victim mentality, which is what you're saying, right?
in a way, and it's like rather than everyone sticking up for each other, especially with stuff like this, you know. I mean, when it comes to like you can't put a fruit tree in your yard, it's like, well, there's no real good reason for that, you know. I mean, all they could say is fruit fly. Oh, we don't ever want to spread fruit fly for the farmers, and it's like, yeah, well, hold on, you can just spray my tree with copper, and you're going to prevent the fruit fly, you know. So you don't really have a good reason to stop me from growing a fruit tree in my house. And what's the thing of like, oh yeah, well, we don't want you feeding the homeless. What do you mean you don't want me feeding the homeless? What is wrong with you?
No, dude,
They
You don't
give
want this
tickets
poor
out to
person to have
people.
food?
dude, I think about that all the time. Like, because where I'm at, like fruit trees, like for example, apples. Like you could just like, dude, like when you drive down the road, like there's just apples on the ground because people planted apple trees. They don't even harvest them all, and they're literally all over the ground. And I'm like, and I like go to the park and they plant all these trees and we maintain them and pay, our tax dollars go to maintain all these fucking trees that don't have fruit. And I'm just like, what is like, dude, who came up with that bullshit idea? Like, why don't we plant trees? Because there's like tons of homeless people hanging out in the park. Why not let them have an apple to eat? You know what I mean? Like,
Have you heard about like the conspiracy? How there's only male trees around? How they purposely kill off all the female trees and shit.
dude, I could
Wouldn't
totally see that.
surprise me.
Because, dude, the
Yeah, that
weed
wouldn't surprise me at all.
farmers do that.
Sorry, man. Go.
My bad. I
Yeah,
was
sorry,
just
go.
gonna say, I can totally see that happening because even like it's even hard to get male seeds now for weed because I don't know, like they're just it's all like feminized. You can't like have your own little breeding project if you wanted to. I know that's kind of a side topic.
Yeah, but if you
One of
just
the
let the plant go to seed, you'll get them.
one of
Yeah,
the
but
Or
links I
you
sent.
could always, yeah, you could if you got inside plants, you could always shock it by, you know, by giving it not enough light and stuff, and then it'll start to change to male.
yeah, but like the genetics are inferior from hermaphrodite plants, and like like out of all the beans I've popped, I've never gotten a male, like a straight up male. Like, I'm like what the fuck, dude? It's like, does a male even exist? Like, where are they?
I sent a link. The dude has a website from the YouTube video you can find, and he has like a contract where you sign it, and he gives you like original seeds that can like reproduce itself. And the only thing about it is when you grow enough, you gotta like send seeds back. But yeah, I don't know
That's
if you
cool.
guys are interested in something like that, but for your gardens in the future.
Is that just general seeds, or are we talking weed seeds?
No, I'm I'm not too specific on the seed, but I know that they're like original seeds where they're not like genetically modified and they can like sprout, sprout seedlings and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've got some good places here in South Australia where you can get all good heirloom seeds and stuff.
Oh yeah, and there you go, heirloom. That's the word I was talking about. There's
Yeah,
not a lot of
yeah,
places around here you can get that. Like you only can get that online pretty much here in America,
yeah. We've got a
unless you know
place
some people.
here. Yeah, we got somewhere around where I live, not too far, where they have heirloom stuff.
Yeah, it's wild how disconnected we are from food. You know what I mean? Like McDonald's is not food, people.
Right.
What are you talking about, man? McDonald's is the best. Ugh, disgusting. Haven't eaten that shit for years.
You tell me you don't like the
McDonald's is people.
Or what is it? Like the strawberry thick shake doesn't even have anything to do with strawberries in it. Not a strawberry to be seen.
dude in Alaska. There's wild strawberries, dude, and they're so dank, dude. Oh my god, they're so good.
Can I ask why'd you leave? Why'd you leave such a beautiful place?
Oh, dude, yeah, like fucking super
Oh.
went through it for COVID, man. My life totally blew up, dude. Pretty wild.
You said you went through it in like bad terms or good terms.
Oh, yeah, super life changing, world destructing. It was pretty bad, man, for me. The whole COVID thing.
For government shutdowns and stuff.
Did you have your food truck before that, or did you? Is that what helped create the food truck?
Yeah, well, yeah, no, the food truck's a recent thing. Yeah, it's not. I don't even have it all the way done yet. I'm still trying to build it or finish it. Really, it's almost there. I've got like, I've got a Royal 6 burner commercial stove. It's like brand new, unused. I got like big old flat top griddle. I've got, I got a ton of
Man,
stuff, man. Yeah, dude, I got a ton.
whenever you get it done, man, you gotta let the homies know so we can come try out some food.
For sure,
Whereabouts are
dude.
you? You're in Canada now?
No, I'm in Colorado. Dude,
Oh,
you
you're in
know what I
Colorado.
Oh, okay.
Dude, yeah, you know what I want to do is, dude, I want to fucking once I get everything up and going, I got the ball rolling. Um, I want to go to like Flattoberfest or whatever, like some of these meetups.
Oh,
I'm gonna,
man.
You go there with your food truck.
Yeah,
yeah,
you
dude,
cut off for a second.
yeah, dude, I'm gonna have like some dank, all organic, silly question grown food and hooking it up, man.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make it out to the next Flattoberfest, I reckon.
Yeah, I want to too as well. I was wanted to go this year, but things were not the best.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a journey for me coming from Australia.
Oh yeah,
But,
you got a mission ahead of you.
yeah, but that's all good, man. I wouldn't mind doing it. You know, you got to do these things at least once in your life, don't you?
Definitely, man. Definitely
Yeah.
got the
If
right
all you guys,
mentality.
yeah, if all you guys go, get to hang out for a little while rather than just being on Discord. Maybe I might
Exactly.
even, if I'm going to do it, I might as well just come and stay in America for like a month or two. You know.
Get a
Yeah,
visa or something
yeah,
like that.
bro. I got an extra
Yeah,
room
I'll
for
just, hey, that'd be sweet. But yeah, I'll just cruise around and just go say hello to a few people. Why not? I'm going to go there and spend all that time there. I might as well spend a bit of extra time and just go say good day to some people.
Yeah, come to ancient Egypt, man, America, where
Ancient
they're
Egypt.
trying to deplete the power.
Yeah, they've actually found Egyptian hieroglyphic stuff here in Australia as well, in the outback.
no way.
That's cool. Have you ever heard America's ancient Egypt? Was you heard of that before?
Yeah, I've had it mentioned. I haven't really like delved into looking at all the artifacts and stuff or any of the evidence for it though.
Yeah, there's like a lot more pyramids here than there are in Egypt here in North America.
In North
Yeah,
America,
there's
not
just
even
like
South America.
yeah. Honestly, I'm playing zombies right now, so my information is not the most exact. But yeah,
You're playing zombies? That's a game? Or
yeah, I'm playing a zombie game where I'm just pretty much running in circles.
Don't you want to just get some like night vision goggles and some gear and go like assault the Grand Canyon and go gallivanting around and exploring where you're not supposed to?
That's definitely
I
what I would like to be doing.
I know, dude.
have you seen that? What's the documentary the other day? I think it was called Answers in Genesis or something like that. And they were going over like the flood and how the Grand Canyon had to have been all laid down, like all in one motion, like all at the same time, because the layers, there's like no weathering in the layers. It's sort of just layer, 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 layer. It's kind of weird because it does make sense in a way when you think about the fact that, like, okay, if there's like a 100,000 years or a million years between these layers, why is there no weathering, water weathering in those layers?
Yeah,
Kind
dude.
of it made sense to me.
Yeah, or like, dude, how they talk about the Sphinx. When you see the pictures of the Sphinx and there's all this like water channels cut in at the bottom. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, yeah. What was that doctor's name again? I forget his name. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. He spent a long time looking for a geologist to go over the information, and no one had the guts to. The moment they'd all come back saying, "Yeah, yeah, that's definitely water erosion." Where, and then he'd be like, "Oh, this is in Egypt. This is the Sphinx." Well, that's end that conversation. We don't want to
Yeah,
deal with that shit.
I'm gonna call it a night, guys. I'm probably be hopping in YouTube and listening for the night. It's about like
Take it easy.
10:30 at night over here. It's nice talking to you guys, though. Appreciate the information shared.
Yeah, you too, bro. I'll go in back in the chat and watch some of that stuff later that you posted.
For
yeah,
sure.
man.
Same.
Yeah, see you, bro. Yeah,
What's
that's
up?
stuff to do with the Sphinx and that, though, man. That's pretty interesting. They talk, estimating that it's probably more like at least 12,000 years old.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I. Oh, yeah, that was just really cool. Like, I liked how the guy even showed the geologist, like, oh yeah, that's at least, and he like gave some number, just like you were saying, and then he was like, oh, never mind, that's not like fuck, dude. It's so crazy, dude.
Yeah,
Like, I don't understand, dude. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like, I just don't
people.
understand. Like, you want to know the really like don't you really want to know shit, or you just have to? I don't know. There's like people just have this like innate. They just have to conform, dude. They have to go along. I don't understand it personally.
Yeah,
I know.
like with that one, he sent that around to a whole bunch of geologists, and they all said, yeah, that's definitely water erosion. And then when he said that it was the Sphinx, they just all wiped their hands. Whoa, we don't want to touch that, bro. Like, come on, man, get some balls. You know. So basically, stand up for the truth. Stand up for what it actually is. Come back and say this doesn't make sense. How is there water erosion around the Sphinx? Open up the new dialogue. You'd think that it should be something that's exciting. Like let's delve into this. This is crazy. No one ever noticed it before. Don't look up his name because it's bugging me.
Yeah, it just they can't. They have their paradigm that they have to stick to. You know what I mean? It's like the unwritten rule. Like, no. I love that Robert Bennett when he was talking to Wang, and they're talking on the phone, and then the second he brought up how, well, some of these results conflict with relativity, he was like, "Oh, this conversation is terminated. We're not talking about that."
Yeah. Trying to find the. It's got a name here, Robert M. Scotch, the Great Sphinx, but that doesn't make it. That doesn't ring a bell to me. The name. Yeah, maybe it is Robert Scotch because he was on Joe Rogan as well. Maybe that's just how you pronounce his name. But yeah, that's super interesting stuff, man. Like, there's just so much going on this earth that I think we've got severely wrong. Like, forbidden archaeology. Have you seen Klaus Doner's talk on forbidden archaeology? Did I cut myself off? You still there, bro? Oh, you were dropping out, were you? Yo, you there? Sure, if you're talking, bro, I can't hear anything. Yo, you back, bro? No, I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you. Hold on, I'll be right.
Oh, good, bro.
Hey, Plane, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro. You back? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cool. We just had Matthew Learns jumped in for a second. I saw him there, but then he jumped out because no one was talking.
Who did?
I think his name's Matthew Learns. He's a Glober. He probably would have just ruined the conversation anyway. Not sure if he's
Yeah, man, I'm totally down with that. I love that. Yeah, like forbidden archaeology shit, dude. That shit's so dope.
Yeah, so you've seen that one from that Klaus Stoner guy? That's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. I like dude, I like this one cat, I can't remember his name, but like there's like a Steve Quayle, there's this Quayle guy, and he has this colleague that he, did videos on, and he was like deep diving into like the Native Americans, like, here in the Americas, and it was really cool, man. And he was just talking about like, I don't know, like, yeah, like just like the theme of like how all these natives were talking about the plumed serpents here. Like they literally called it like the land of the plumed serpent. And like and like even like when you look at their temples and stuff, they would have it, how they made it to where like the shadow makes the snake and shit.
Yeah, it's really interesting how there's so much stuff to do with reptiles in lots of ancient technology, in ancient technologies, ancient cultures. I think the Aboriginal Australians have stories of the of snakes creating rivers, like massive snakes becoming rivers and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is that's interesting is Genesis 3:15, like dude, like for me Genesis is just like chock full of just all this like wisdom, you know what I mean? Like all these truths, hidden truths. And Genesis 3:15, that one's really interesting to me.
Yeah, I find a lot of it. A lot of it's actually really interesting. I don't really know what to make of it yet. You know, um, like watching that one on the where they were going on about the Grand Canyon and other things. They made really good points when, how I said, they're showing no water erosion through the layers, which is really weird because if there's millions of years between them, supposedly that would be something that you would think would naturally happen. Just all those things. But then they were trying to say that the entire Grand Canyon was made probably in a day or two, when other people say that it could be from plasma scarring and stuff. So it's hard to assimilate for yourself on exactly who you're going to believe. Is it a combination of them, or how does it really work?
I know, yeah, it's tough to like discern the information, and definitely, yeah, it's really quite the task.
Yeah, because we've just been gaslit so much about what's going on in history that we don't really know what to believe anymore.
Yeah, I know, dude. The world's so confusing. Yeah, one thing I found interesting too is like, so there's a town in New Mexico and it's called Shiprock, and so anyhow, I think it's the Hopi. I think it's the Hopi. Anyhow, the Hopi, their oral traditions teach that they all like their tribe survived a great flood, and that shiprock is actually their petrified ship. That's what that rock is. And like they talk about the giants and all that shit. Like it's like, wow, like how does anybody just discredit this? You know what I mean? Like literally every culture, like I mean, every cult, they all have they all talk about a flood. They all, there's like all these consistencies in the story, and to just dismiss it just seems like, how is that like the superior, um, you know, how is that the superior intellectual whatever stance? It's fucking mind-boggling to me. Like
Yeah, well,
you
it's
just
interesting in that video that were, because I've sort of just postulated the idea of like, well, maybe it's just lots of different floods from all around the place, but then they went into how that can't really be an answer to everyone having a flood story, just because of the way that everything's laid down. I don't remember exactly what they were saying, but what they were saying actually made sense to me. Like, okay, all right, well that could get rid of that theory of maybe there was just major floods in different areas, and then they've all got their own flood story. But they're saying no, it had to have been a worldwide flood because of these particular reasons, and it made sense to me what they were saying.
yeah, no, yeah, for sure. And then you have you seen that Mark what is his Mark Armish, I think is his name. But like they're finding soft tissue and dinosaur, supposed whatever, however.
Yeah,
But yeah, like dude, like
yeah,
the of all this, the timeline, like there's more to prove against it than the fucking mainstream, like, you know, scientific propaganda.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Sorry, I was just getting a phone call come through. So
Yeah, I know. I got distracted too. There's like a herd of deer running through my neighborhood. My dog's barking at it. Gary, get up.
so that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
like I
closest
don't
thing
know.
to that. Oh,
I think
sorry, man.
there's
I was just going to say the closest thing we'd ever get to that is if you're in the outback and a bunch of kangaroos jump through your yard.
it's awesome. Do people eat kangaroos?
They do. Yeah, yeah. It's a very gamey meat.
Oh, okay. When you ate meat, oh, you obviously, if you know it's gamey.
Yeah. It's very strong flavor. Very strong flavor.
Dude, when I was in Alaska, all of my little store that I got, or my little store that I shopped at, well, not all of it, but a lot of the beef came from Australia, and I'd always buy it because I knew you guys like, um, had like good laws to where it wasn't a food apocalypse, like the beef wasn't
Yeah,
GMO corn.
yeah. Like, yeah. A lot of our stuff is what they do is it's grass grown, and then in the last couple of months, then they grain feed them.
Is the
Not all of it, of course.
but yeah, okay, I didn't know that, but there's the GMOs are outlawed there, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Like you guys like the glyphosate corns. Like I thought the glyphosate corn was outlawed there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, so I couldn't comment on that. But thinking back into my research in the past, like I think you're right. But I couldn't say 100%.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was. Anyhow, I would always eat that meat when I lived there.
Yeah, apparently they grass feed them and then they grain feed them at the end to increase some fat.
Yeah, dude, I
Because
hate that.
yeah, apparently purely grass fed animals don't have the same amount of marbling through them.
Yeah, dude, it's so stupid, dude. So like the fat the fat cells actually change when you take them off their grass-fed diets. So they change from like omega-3s, or no, I think I got it. Anyhow, the omega structure of the fat changes and makes it less healthy. So it sucks.
It's kind of what happens to virtually everything when they start messing with it and they're not growing it organically in whatever way, you know.
Yeah, like
The same as like when it comes to bread and stuff, and how people have these gluten intolerances, and they're actually there's a lot of speculation that it's got nothing to do with gluten intolerance. It's actually got to do with the glyphosate intolerance, because most of the places actually douse them in pesticides and things like glyphosate in the last couple of weeks to actually dry them out faster. So that way, if rain comes, they get the crop out quickly.
dude, it's so criminal, dude. Like, there's this guy. His name's Joel Salatin, and he does all this, like, what's it called? Permaculture, and his cows are like, I mean, yeah, it's a fucking criminal, dude. Like how they have it set up. Like, really, like farming and like having animals is so good for the environment. Like, if you do it right, like it's like a fucking environmental service. But the way they do it, it's just, it's not. It's just unhealthy, crappy for the, like, all around. Like, there's not much good to glean out of it. I want to try to grow quail for my food, because quail are like super easy to farm, and they're like they're super easy to farm. They're really healthy. It's like a healthy protein source. Yeah, they're just really cool.
Yeah, I heard that about quail.
Yeah. The quail are really, it's just a really efficient way, because to grow protein, to grow meat and eggs. It's like the highest meat and egg yielding bird in the world. Like, they're full grown in 10 weeks, and they're laying eggs every day for you. Yeah, they're just fucking super cool. I want to, like, the other thing I want to do too is I want to grow them in cages, which sounds like, oh, that's terrible, but actually the quail do really good in cages. They don't really care. They're like a bird that, like, merchants and stuff used to always take with them. That's why quail are everywhere, because merchants would always have them for like an egg source with them. And so anyhow, like, you collect all the droppings, right? Like, you have to clean out, like, the way you set up their cages, they just poop down into a tray. But quail poop is like super freaking good fertilizer. And I have like 3 IBC totes that I haven't set up for biodigesters yet, and I want to get the little quail farm going and biodigest all their droppings, and it'd be like, I literally could sell this stuff to the farms around here for, I don't know, probably really, like, dude, for a lot. Like, for IBC tote, like, you probably get like $1,200, $1,400 for one tote.
Okay, and how much is that?
So it's 1,000 liters.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
275 American Imperial. In the Empire, it's 275 gallons. The Empire.
Yeah. The Empire. Yeah. Well, sorry, bro, I've got to drop off. So I'll catch you another day, or maybe later if you're still around.
Yeah, no, I gotta go to bed, man. I just it was nice catching up with you, homie.
Yeah, you too, bro. It's been a big day.
For sure.
Take it easy, man. See you.
See ya.